coming out in the first pair. So Keith Downing and the Dale Torres machine. You got the Datsun, the Berger Motorsports machine out of La Mirada, California. Datsun sure doesn't have that little four-banger in it. Keith Downing, the Arrow, the Bustin' Loose machine. Working their way down the racetrack. The winner, Keith Downing, 10.981, 127. He was getting out of the throttle while Dale Torres was behind like a tenth of a second on the leave. And boy, I'll tell you, Keith was playing the stripe. Next pair, Trevor Harkema, Brooke Giacone. There's Ryan down there looking on. He's also racing out here in competition this weekend. Love to see his wife get around here. The Mustang in the right side. We got the Roadster in the left. Rogie-bodied machine, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. His dad used to run one of them so many years. Trevor Harkema, Firebird Lane, 16 thousandths red. Brooke Giacone is going to get this round win into Radford Schools side of the racetrack, that being the right lane here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Brooke runs through 1092 with a 4 for that win. 1096, 138 for the red lighting. Trevor Harkema. James Brown. We've already seen the winner from race 1 come up and get a round win. Here's James Brown. He was the runner-up in the race 1 on, what was that? Friday. John Bycroft, the 69 Dart in the right lane. He was going some rounds. Oh, he's not going to get one here. Just kind of rolled through. Kind of hang on there, John. Okay, James Brown from Bakersfield, California. And that's like an easy dance for him. 10.89.3, 149 in the mile an hour. John Bycroft, the machine, he was in the staging process and just kind of rolled through. Gary Erickson, as those stock eliminators are making their way to the staging lanes. It's a Ford Probe. Reminds me of my good buddy, Ray Doolittle. The Probe. The Carlos. In that right lane, the attitude adjustment. How good of an attitude will he have after this opening round? He's going to have a good attitude because Gary Erickson, the man from Vancouver, Washington, went red in the left lane by a thousandth of a second. DeCarlos with a 10.881, 135.66, while at too quick 10.88, but he's seen the red light on, did Gary Erickson. Only a thousandth of a second red. Here's a beautiful, beautiful El Camino. This is Kevin Humard. Humard in that left lane, finished number 7 in Division 7 in the 2023 season. Nicholas Presimone out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Beautiful bicentennial year Nova. Boy, got the, that's a nice shade of blue on that Nova. I'm liking it. They're off. Throttle stops on. Kevin Humard, he's got to make up some ground. He's working on them. El Camino and Nova. And it's the Nova, 10.925, 142 in a mile an hour. Presimone did a fine job, taking a stripe by only 4 thou. He had an advantage on the leave, a 13 reaction time. Kevin Humard was behind on the start, tried to make it up at the other end, and still could not. Here, and they'll bring in a little, like some stones, chips. Nothing like the old days when we had Winston drag racing and everybody, there was cigarette butts all over the place, man. You should have seen it. You'd walk around the starting line, you'd be like 6 inches of cigarette butts. Oh, man. That would have been the only bad thing. Winston did so much for drag racing. We got Cody Robinson. Cody Robinson. and Kevin Burnett, the Monza, and the Camaro. Who's going to get the win? The Fritz is looking on. His partner in crime, Kyle. And I don't know what happened to Burnett with the Monza. Cody Robinson just runs an 11:02. He's looking around. He can almost see Kyle Fritz back in the starting line. He's like, where is he? Robinson with a 0:05 reaction time. Kevin Burnett almost with a 0.3 reaction time. He tried to get him at the top end, but that was like impossible. Keith Montague and Ryan Humard. So it's Keith Montague in the left lane. He's got that Nova. Really cool car. You know, you'll see a lot of roadsters in the super street and super gas categories. They like to look around. Still got the windshield on there, but man, he can really watch his competition as he goes down the racetrack. That's a beautiful Nova in the right lane out of San Dimas, California. Ryan Humard with that like appliance white look. And off the throttle stops. Right now, here comes Humard. Montague trying to stay out in front. Will it be the Nova in the left or the right? Left side. Didn't get the stripe. 10.89.8. 10.89.8 at 143. So he breaks out by 1 hun, while the left lane broke out by 11. So doing all the math, a thou, the margin of victory. Keith Montague over Ryan Humard. Here's James Gallant, the racetrans.com, and David Pohl. David Pohl with a Barracuda with the Hemi. Oh, man, I love Barracudas. Something about Barracudas. You know what, though? I ate a Barracuda one time. And, I mean, somebody filleted one and had me eat it. And it was like, oh, not the tastiest of fish. All right, hey, you know what? This is Julie Jordan's birthday. The mother of Jared Jordan. Yeah. Uh-huh. I'm liking that. Happy birthday. David Pohl. Houston, California, Barracuda went red. He was too hungry. Took a big bite. Man, and then he just like let it go. 10.86.5 with an 11 light. James Gallant in the left lane for the win with that Chevy too. Here's the Brenda Briles. This is the Image promotional products. Remember, Image is everything. They ever got their phone number on the intake scoop? Let me see. Let me dial that up. No, not now. Oh, yeah. Look at that on the right side. Daryl Bostwick out of Littleton, Colorado. It's a Mustang. Here they come. Racing for real. Brenda Briles, 1,000th red in that left lane. Kevin shaking his head, but Daryl Bostwick, he is smiling. The Littleton, Colorado-based Mustang runs through at a 10.87.7 at 144. Brenda had it dialed at the top end right, 10.91.2, but went red by 1,000th of a second. Here's Jim Gobble, Moore Park, California. Susan, his wife, and the crew, along with daughter Justine, thanks to Napa Auto Parts and Oxnard, California, Ventura County Auto Supply, Napa Paint and Supply, and Camarillo, Napa. John Perino and Jim Gobble teaming up with the machine. Nick and Stacy Alejandra Chevelle in the right lane. That's the Radford side of the racetrack. Working down the racetrack. Pretty even leaves. Both machines coming out on top is Jim Gobble. Double breakout. Gobble got there too quick by a thou. Breaking out by 7 thou was Alejandra. So it's Gobble to the next round. Whoa, this is a cool car. John Bianco, 55 Chevrolet. Pretty interesting. Almost looked like flamish. But I don't know. There's some square tips on this. Like wavy flames. I'm liking it. Boy, I'll tell you what, he's up against Glendale. 89 Mustang, an old highway patrol car. You should talk to him and get the story on this machine. Quite a story it is. But right now he's hoping to add another chapter to its book, and he will not. John Bianco takes him out. Bianco with a 17 light and a 10.911 in the left lane gets the win. La Habra, California is Mustang against the Camaro. Camaro is Bob Earlywine. Well, Earlywine was a little early on the leave. He went red by 0.06 of a second. Kenny Snow, you know, he is going to go to the next round, running through with a 10.917. A 10.917 at 134. While the Earlywine, as I mentioned, went red by 6 thou. Next pair. Keeping them rocking and keeping them rolling. We're going now with Stoley. Yep. That's Jared's mom. It's her birthday. And he's going to give her a present because Mark Kirby did not make the first round. The freight forwarder wasn't able to ship the freight in this first. It was terrible, wasn't it? Ship the freight in this round? Oh, whatever. Jared Jordan, birthday gift to his mom, Julie, with this round win, 10.40 at 126.14. Next pair of stock eliminators. Final call for stock eliminator. Final call for stock eliminator, like we're like running you. Parker Theobald, C-Stock Automatic, St. George, Utah. Another one of them Barracudas is 69 model with a 440. Theobald Motorsports, Kels Construction, Theobald Construction. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Super Comp, come on down. Super Comp. Super Comp, come on down. Clifton Hansen, Huntington Beach, California, driving that 69 Camaro in the right lane. The right lane is going to be the chaser. The left lane is going to be the chasee. Parker Theobald, Barracuda is going to leave first. Okay, nice wheels up charges. These are stock eliminators. Trouble is, Clifton Hansen in the right lane lifted his wheels up and out of the beams too early. So it's Parker Theobald with the win in the left lane. He was looking for a 79, runs through with a 10.75. And again, it was the right lane, Clifton Hansen with that Camaro going red by 25 thousandths of a second. Jack Foschi, another one of those Mopars, 64 Plymouth. Dwayne Scheitlen, he coming out of the right side of the racetrack. The 440 six-pack powered machine. Nice looking car down from Division 5. People here from all over the United States. Well, I don't think we have a, do we have a Division 3 competitor? That's the question. Working, top end. It's Foschi, it's Scheitlen, right lane, dead on 5. How do you like that? And taking a strike by 7. Man, woof, he was playing with fire there. Scheitlen runs a 10.18 with a 5, 128. Giant advantage on the leave, almost a 1/10 of a second. Foschi was charging hard, but he had problems on the start and at the top end, dialing it in. The Beta Motorsports machine, Chris Hall and Robert Aceves. Oh, look at this. You got to love wheels up charges, stock eliminators, working on the racetrack. Who's going to work for the win? Right now, looks like it's going to be Robert Aceves with that Firebird. He was looking to run a 10.80, runs a 10.81 at 120. Chris Hall. Attention, we need Super Comp, to the staging lanes. Chris Hall was dead on two, but he was behind a couple of hundredths and the margin of victory. Let me see, do the math here. Give me another, I need another racer from my pencil. Yeah, 8 thousandths of a second. Darcy Clark, the all maxed out machine. Oh, nice. Man, I'll tell you what, he's got a collection of stickers on this machine that he's been working on for a long time. Beautiful car. Mike Williams in the right side. It's the 67 Camaro. Oh, man. Here we go. It's going to be a red car. Which red car will it be? Let's watch. Let's see. It's going to be the Camaro. Mike Williams, 67 model Camaro. He was looking to run a 72. They actually both broke out, but he was closer to his dial, and he, Michael Williams, with the win, 10.69, while a too quick 10.21.5 for Darcy Clark. Margin at the stripe was 18 thou. Chad Langdon and Tony Marconi. So Tony Marconi and his uncle Rick Colber's machine. beautiful, the El Bandito. Where's Jason? Jason Logan with the tequila. Yeah, he went. He didn't show. He's in Florida. Oh, Tony Marconi went red by 7 thou. Chad Langdon. Woo! Barracuda with the win. 11.287 at 115 on the mile an hour. Good win there. Tony Marconi, as I mentioned, tough. Went red by 7 thou. Don Keene and Tony DeFrank. Tony DeFrank, you know, he says, I only raced 2 races, but actually this weekend we got 2 races in one, so he actually only races like 3 races a year. And I'm telling you, a lot of these guys in this Division 7 are glad he does not race any more than that. California Car Cover Company. There's, yep, Dad, Jim DeFrank. Jimmy Bet listening in. Don Keene in the left. The Al and Don Keene machine. Mustang with a 428. C stick car. It's Don Keene grabbing some gears. Here comes Tony DeFrank. Top end. Tony DeFrank did not get the stripe, but he got the win. 9:12 with a 1. Keene breaks out by 4 thousandths of a second. Tony DeFrank with a 13 light. And Don Keene with that stick car, when he dropped the clutch, pretty good leave there, 0.25, but, man, that was tough. And Tony DeFrank says, thank you very much. Look at Jim DeFrank down there, and Davey and Jimmy. Oh, man, smile, Jim. There you go. He's like, oh, the kid, Tony. He believes, I believe he's, his other race will be Bakersfield, California, as mentioned. So 3 races a year for him. Hey, man, I'm telling you, you know, we ran around yesterday of eliminations in a lot of categories just so we could help you in your endeavor to win that trophy and get on down the road today. But there's nobody in the staging lanes. So, man, like we need you. You know what I'm saying? Super Comp, round 2. And, you know, Super Comp, you're one of our largest categories. Super Comp, we're looking for you to come to the lanes. So, Super Comp, come on down. I know it's Sunday, and I know you're thinking, well, I'm back at the trailer having some biscuits and gravy. No hurry. Look at John Calvert down there. He's ready. Let's do this thing here. Come on. Let's do it. Again, I want to thank the folks from Time Bandit Performance, FNH Production, YouTube, Trackside Live. Check them out. They do a lot of other events also, but today they're showing the finals here at Firebird Motorsports Park, this Division 7 race number 2. Melanie Cox, C.W. Hofer. Hofer, man, he is a very tough competitor. He driving that F-Stock automatic, a 455 cubic inch power plant in the 73 Firebird. Sasha doing a little videoing behind the car. Melanie Cox, one of the Calvert racing machines. Both machines are green. Here comes the Mustang. A lot of ground to make up. Is he going to get him? Oh, didn't get him, but got the win. Melanie Cox runs an 894, and it was C.W. Hofer breaking out by 8 thousandths of a second. 8 thousandths. The Calamasa, California-based 73 Firebird out in this round of stock eliminator while those super compers are making their way to the staging lanes. James Bethel, he and the Corvette in the left lane, and the right side is Brandon Phillips. Brandon Phillips with the Firebird. A-stock automatic right, F-stock automatic in the left lane. Left lane looking for a 1099. Right side of the racetrack looking for a 1066. Both machines are green. Now they're going to work the other end of the racetrack. Who's going to put a plastic nose on the other? It's going to be the right side. Brandon Phillips taking a stripe by 15 thou and getting the win. Runs 10.694 at 118. Behind in the lead was James Bethel with that Corvette and broke out by 1/1000th of a second. Chuck Ekmelian and Dennis Alvey with that 68 Mustang. He's going to be grabbing some gears. Ekmelian, the G-Stock Automatic, a writer for the, Huntington Beach based. So they got the 83 Camaro on the left. You got the 68 Mustang with a 428 in the right. Alvey is going to get ready, pulls it in. He's going to dump that clutch. Both machines are green. It's Ekmelian. Camaro in the left lane. Out front, here comes Dennis Alvey grabbing that last gear. Oh, he didn't get the stripe, but he got the win. Dead on zero. Dead on zero. Dennis Alvey. I'll tell you, Ekmelian, 005 reaction time, breaks out. Man, ran a too quick 11:09, was looking for an 11:12. That 005 light. All for naught. Ryan Mangus and Jody Lang. So Mangus. Bob Earlywine helps him out. Jody Lang in the right lane. The sexy wagon, 81 Malibu wagon, L-Stock Automatic. Lang. Working on the racetrack. Mangus trying to jump in front with his Nova. Malibu wagon, 12.065, 103. Getting the stripe by 11 thou is he. And breaking out by 0.02 of a second was Ryan Mangus, and still could not have put a bumper on that Malibu wagon with that Nova. Here's Brent Calvert. John Calvert standing out in front. Keep in mind the Calvert Racing suspensions is set up right in the manufacturer's area. 5-liter Supra Cobra Jet. That's factory showdown A car. G-Stock Automatic in the right lane. Rancho Cucamonga 69 Chevelle. 396 G-Stock Automatic. All the Super Comps should be in the staging lane. Here comes Calvert. Calvert working on the racetrack. Top end. Will it be the Chevelle? Yes. And actually, it was Brent Calvert got the stripe, but it was Mandela in the right lane, the Rancho Cucamonga base machine, with the win. 11:22 at 113. Brent Calvert, 898.6 at 150. Calvert did a fine job driving the stripe, took it by 4 thou, but all for naught. Leo Glassbrenner and Shelby Williams. There's Steve, Dad, K&N Filters on the side of that nice-looking 70 Camaro. It's a D-Stock Automatic. Left side's Leo Glassbrenner. Copo Camaro. They're bumping it in. Here comes Shelby. Tree comes down. Full tree. She's off and away. Here comes Leo Glassbrenner. The Copo Camaro trying to pull up on Shelby Williams. Oh, he got the stripe by 12 thou, but he breaks out by more than Shelby Williams. Shelby Williams in the right side of the racetrack with the win. She was looking to run a 10.74 and a 73 with a 2. So breaking out by only 8 thou, while the left lane, Glassbrenner breaks out by 9. Wow. 1 thou at the stripe. Hey, Justin Hutto and Barry Pollard. So it's Hutto in the right lane. The Corvette in the left. Will it be the orange car or the red car? From Spring, Texas. AA stock automatic. H stock automatic. Barry Pollard with the Roadrunner. Pretty interesting. Got the little like slats on the window and stuff. Man, that's weird. Cool. Nice car. Stock Eliminator. They're both green. Who will be more mean at the top end? Will it be the Corvette? Will it be the Roadrunner? Roadrunner got the stripe, but it's a Corvette for the win. Justin Hutto, 9.850, 133 in the mile an hour. Barry Pollard, break, conclude that round of stock eliminator. And again, happy birthday to Julie Jordan, the mother of Jared Jordan. And I hope you know, Julie, that he got that win just for you for your birthday. So Super Comp is going to be out next. Hey, don't forget, we want to thank the folks from Sunoco Fuel out here providing fuel for you folks. And also, I want to remind you that the Goodyear Mickey Thompson guys, they're still here in the manufacturers area. We got Les Figueroa if you need any last-minute parts or pieces, or maybe you're shopping around for your street car. Maybe some of you spectators out there and want to talk to the man, Les Figueroa himself. He is here, and we're very fortunate, and he is very fortunate to have hanging out with him this weekend the one and only Eric Reyes. Eric Reyes, who made Sonoma, California famous, and now I think he's rolling the dice in Vegas, or I should say rolling the stripe brush in Vegas. But he's been putting names on helmets this weekend. I've been checking him out on Instagram. He won't let me over there to watch, but because he's busy. But I've seen some of the stuff that he's done on Instagram, and it's been cool. Cool. Want to give a shout out to the folks, Time Bandit Performance and FNH Production, offering us an opportunity to give a live feed all over the world. You can just go to YouTube, Trackside Live, and check out all of the cool stuff they have to offer. And, hey, I would really check out the stuff that they're offering for you today. Hey, we want to thank the folks from the Gila River Casino, Rawhide, Western Town, and they're going to have actually an 80s rock concert. That might be the weekend, Alan, of the upcoming Mission Foods NHRA Arizona Nationals. So it might be something to check out. You like 80s music?
It might be, or it is.
Oh, it definitely is.
Oh, okay.
Do you like 80s music?
I do.
Yeah. But
I do.
Great day.
I like drag racing more. How come Super Comp's not here yet?
Yeah, really.
Whose birthday did you say it was?
Julie Jordan.
Oh, a lot of birthdays today.
Yeah. Who else?
Gary McKnocker's birthday today.
All right.
Connie Coletta's birthday today.
Whoa. Is Connie here?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
John Vandermeer Jr.'s birthday today.
All right. We got Bad Rooster Photography. How do you like that? Chris, man. He shook the cobwebs off his camera. Good to see Chris out with us. Photography. How do you like that, Chris? Man. Usually he doesn't get off on weekends.
Did you get off of it?
When you spectators came in today, you'll see that the pits off to your left, a lot of the alcohol cars had left. They had qualified on Friday and ran their full round of eliminations yesterday. And, boy, I'll tell you, we had some fantastic alcohol dragster and alcohol funny car racing. And today we're going to have some fantastic racing also. Our next category out is going to be Super Comp. Super Comp. Now, keep in mind, racers, we have the schedules posted, and we have schedules available. You could get ladders and all that kind of stuff right below us at the announcing deck, and that's at the Start Line Club. RFC provides opportunities for even you spectators. You can pick up a schedule and check out all the activities and the planned order that we have. They're spraying a little sticky stuff down on the racetrack, the PJ1. Well, finally, I think we got the super compers in the staging lanes, and I'll tell you what, Alan Reinhardt. Yeah, and you can pull up now, by the way. So start making your way to the front of the lanes. There's the Whiteley bunch, the last of the, is that the chef packing it up? But again, a lot of the alcohol teams packing up and leaving today. A lot of racing activity in the western United States coming up. Next weekend is going to be a division race in Gainesville, Florida, the Baby Gators. You're going to be there.
Is that in the western United States?
That's in the eastern United States.
Oh, I thought you said a lot coming up in the western United States, like the Baby Gators. I was confused.
Well, it'd be the Baby Gators. Of course, then you're going to be at the Gator Nationals. Then you're coming this way, and there's going to be a lot of racing.
True story.
Pomona, California. Then we're going to be coming here. Then we're going to be going to Las Vegas, Nevada. Then there's going to be a double divisional there. So all these racers get a little time to catch their breath, Alan, and then hit it hard.
Yeah, that's a fact. Once we come back out here to Pomona, it's Pomona, then a week off, then here, then Vegas again, and then we head back to the other side of the country one more time. So, this time of the year, you can't race in Brainerd and can't race in New Hampshire and can't race any place where it's cold, so we got to stick to the bottom half of the country here. Hey, Competition Eliminator, come on down. I'm ready for you now for round number 1. Comp Eliminator, round 1 to the lane. Sportsman motorcycle, get warmed up. We're going to be calling you in shortly. Competition Eliminator to the lane. Sportsman motorcycle, warm up. You're on deck. Then we'll go into Top Sportsman, Super Stock, Top Dragster, and we'll just keep rocking round and round and round until we hand out trophies later on this afternoon. I'm really curious as to how many people that are here would be going to the Baby Gators. I mean, I'm going, but I ain't taking a race car. You know what I'm saying?
You think Duran might?
Well, he probably, but he'll probably fly.
Yeah, but I wonder if, we might be able to find out if he comes up here to pick up his donuts. Did he pick them up yesterday?
He picked them up yesterday.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
But they'll probably, I would guess, because he came out here with Chad, helping him deliver the car that he just finished with. So I would guess he will fly home and then go down to the Gators. But what do I know? One thing Arizona fans get to see this year we didn't get to see last year, you get to see Tony Stewart in competition. Since last year he was racing the alcohol category, and the alcohol cars don't run at the Nationals here at Arizona. He didn't come out for the divisional, but he'll be here in competition this year. Competition Eliminator, come on down. I need your lanes, please. Comp Eliminator to the lanes. Looks like Jason Flatt going to be the first one out. Try this on for size. The driver out of the machine shop up in Utah. Solo run here. The next solo run, unless somebody breaks, blows up, or has some kind of a problem, the next solo run won't be until the semifinals. So Jason's going to have the only free ride today until late in the day. Hits the tree at 0:55. And then hits the finish line 8.895 seconds later. Got the car in a happy place. Tune up that old reaction time a little bit. Jason should be ready to rock. He ran 8,900 yesterday in the first elimination round. Comes back with an 8:89.5. Like I said, I think they got the car in a pretty happy place right now. Competition eliminator. Comp to the lanes, please. So Jason gets to advance simply by driving up to the starting line. It's going to be slightly more difficult for anybody else to do that, including James Melton. Melton here on the left side. Kevin Thorpe over in the right side in that absolutely beautiful car. Thorpe out of Knickerbocker, Texas. Did we ever figure out where Knickerbocker, Texas is? Is that a no? I couldn't tell you I've been like everywhere in Texas because I've never been to Knickerbocker, but I've been a lot of places in Texas. Never heard of it. Let's see. Knickerbocker, Texas. Oh, we did check that out. It was just southwest of St. Angelo, now that I think about it. Off the starting mark, 001 light for Melton. At the finish line, he takes 008. That's going to be a winner, 891 to an 891. 011 and 891 for Thorpe, and that wasn't good enough. It's good enough to win a lot of them. Wasn't good enough to win that one. Jason Rosenbaum for the Towns End. If you've got a still house, I'm in. If you also have a grill, well, I'm even more in. Sounds like a place I could hang out and spend some time. Mitch Marcy on the right side. In from New Mexico, big block rear engine drag shows. We got loads of them. Competition eliminator. Final call. Final call. Competition eliminator. Rosenbaum turns loose too soon. Red light's on. Jason's gone. Mitchell goes on, 887. 179 for the win, 888 for Rosenbaum, but he initiated that run 18 thousandths of a second too soon and lit up the scoreboard for Mitch down at the other end. Tim Parker now on the left side and Kevin Wright. Right out of Longmont, Colorado. Parker, another one of the Colorado cars. So we got a couple of guys that drove down. Of course, it's easy to get here from Denver. All you got to do if you're in Denver and you want to go to Phoenix, point your truck towards Phoenix and put it in neutral because, well, it's downhill the whole way. You can pretty much coast. You get way better mileage coming here than you do going back. First round is blind draw. This round is a ladder, so they didn't have any choice. The two Colorado neighbors had to face each other. It's like, hey, it's nothing personal. It's just business. It's just business. I don't want to go home early. 005, 893. That's a winner for Kevin Wright. Tim Parker's 016 and 894. So Kevin Wright taking care of business at both ends of the racetrack, and he will be back. Tanner Theobald rolls in now after a solid top 5 finish last year. The Utah-based Rare Morrison-powered machine, and Dave Wolf driving one of the Tom Bear cars. Tom out in front, lining up. His student / customer. Both drivers get away on a green. Both drivers basically the same settings on the throttle stop. Down to the finish line we go. It's going to be an 892 to an 892. Tanner Theobald, a 001 reaction time. He was not taking Dave Wolf lightly at all. And then goes 892.8, 164 to an 892.5. David Wolf, 024. Left him a couple of hun behind, and Tanner Theobald took that couple of hun at the finish line for the win. Here comes Allison McCone in the left side. Isaac Stetler in the right. Team Clausen, Team McCone, the father-daughter team that runs in Super Gas and Super Comp. And Isaac over there, the Division 6 runner, made the trek down from the northwestern part of the country. Division 6, you know, Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Alaska, Western Canada. Well, for Allison, Rut Row, 8.905 beats 8.909. Isaac had a 21 bulb. Allison's reaction time started with a 1. Very unusual for her, but she missed it that time. Isaac got himself a pretty big chunk down there at the stripe, but he did stay on the plus side, so he's going to get the win and come back. Paul Lorton now on the left side. Tanner Thorpe. Tanner, I know what you're thinking. You're thinking that car looks a whole lot like that car we saw earlier. Well, that car we saw earlier was his teammate. Tanner won it all, everything. Race number 1. Trying to go back to back. Paul Lorton over here on the left side. Hughes Performance. And Dialed Performance Innovation. When did like upswept headers go out of style? Remember when upswept headers used to be all the rage? Both of them on the throttle stop a long time. A couple of 600-inch thick lock charging down to the stripe way out in front is Tanner. That's because way off the number was Paul. Tanner goes 9.14, and he was easing back off the gas down there. Paul, something not right in that car, whether it was a setting or whether it was mechanical, but 9.61 at 176 miles an hour. The speed tells me the engine was running all right. The 9.61 tells me that it was on the stop way too long to be in a happy place. Bill Dennis now out of Roswell, New Mexico, and Grand Drury. Grant out of Drury Farms, Protect the Harvest. Lining up over there on the right side. Red light start by the most painful one thou red 8,900. 1 thou away from perfect for the loss. Bill Dennis goes 887, 176 miles an hour, 186 miles an hour. But that one was over on the red light. 1 thou margin of error for the loss. Painful. Justin Morrison left side. That's Team Green. Mountain View Power Plant sitting behind his head. And Jason Lawrence. Jason, who flew in, borrowed the car. Apparently that car's I don't know, is it community property? How many different numbers are on that thing? Oh, cross this one out, no, cross this one out, no, cross this one out. Jason flies in. Can I borrow it? Sure. Of course, I guess when it's part of the Theobald fleet. How many cars do the Theobalds have anyway? Who said 47? I don't think it's 47. You may stage when ready. Both drivers taking a little extra time down there. Both drivers away on a green. Finish line, here we go. 887 to an 888. Gonna come down to a double breakout. Justin Morris going to come down to the winner. Jason actually had the reaction advantage by a couple of hun. Took a bite at the stripe down there. They both end up too quick. Justin got far enough behind, and that's exactly what he needed to do. Come out on the good side of the mat. Timothy Schuster in the left side. Randy Beck in the right. Beck, another one of the Division 6 players, coming down from Washington. And Tim Schuster, the Division 5 player. Hey, when it's cold, when it's rainy, when your racetrack isn't open yet, pack up and head to Firebird. It's been a long-standing tradition. The key to being successful is to only miss the tree when your opponent does as well. And both of them missed. Tim Schuster is going to get the win. 2 thou apart in reaction time, but both of them were not good. And then Randy Beck took 6 Hun down there to go 889. Schuster went down there and threw it and parked 895. 165. Fed him the stripe. Came out on the right side of it. Logan Warnow on the left side. Kaylee Hill on the right. The Warpath team out of Utah. And Kaylee. Incorrigible Motorsports. Incorrigible is a word that has been used to describe me many times, and it's a word that I can't spell. No, Kaylee. Kaylee pulled in and looked like she just left on nothing. She was way red. 882 for the win, 181 for Logan, 886, 178 for Kaylee, but reaction time started with a 2, and that was 2 on the wrong side. Here comes Trey Vetter, the Matco Tools machine, out of Las Vegas. Frank Locascio. That's the double take. He and Debbie been racing out here at Firebird a long time, and they're trying to defend their home turf from the invader. Out of Vegas. There's your winner. It comes down to a double breakout here. 889 to an 887. Trey Vetter goes 013, taking 8 thou, under by 1. Locascio 042 followed him across, under by a bunch. So Frank is going to go by the wayside here early on a Sunday morning, and Trey Vetter is going to go re-racked, ready to come back for another round. Chelsea Moore now. They do love their copper-colored race cars. I like the graphics, copper and black. There's only so much you can do with copper and black, but that is a nice look down there. Trevor Larson over on the right side. The Larsons have the fleet theory, kind of like the Weens family. If we bring enough cars, one of them's bound to win. Remember when I said the key to success is to only miss the tree when your opponent does? The other key is to make damn sure you hit it when your opponent does. Trevor Larson was 007 left second. Chelsea was 003 891. That's a winner at 172 miles an hour. 007 left second. Like 3 pairs ago, 049 got out first. Well, here comes the flying airbrush, Jeron Settles. Donut winner yesterday, donut eater last night. And here comes Dylan Hedgewood over in the right side. All right, motorcycles, time to come on down. Told you a minute ago it's time to warm up. Now it's time to come on down. Sportsman Motorcycle, round number 1 to the lanes. Let's get Top Sportsman rolling as well. Motorcycles will be coming in on the right side. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, need you to the lanes, please. 8,900 for the airbrush. He painted a pretty picture with an 016 and dead on. Dylan Hedgewood went red 2 thou, and that race was over. 889.8. So Hedgewood 2 thou 2 quick on both ends of the racetrack. 2 thou red and then 2 thou under, and Jeron Settles, former division champ, picks up another round win. Motorcycles, I need you. Top Sportsman, I need you. Glenn Kern. Doug Johnson coming at you right now. Glenn Kern for City Tire. Mickey Thompson. And Doug Johnson. Doug is in the cement business. I do not make fun of people in the cement business. I don't want to end up like Jimmy Hoffa. I mean, I don't know for sure he's under cement someplace, but I'd bet on it. The beauty of that is I don't think anybody could prove it one way or another, right? Haven't they been trying to do that for like 75 years? 892, Glenn Kern. That's going to be a winner. Doug Johnson goes 888. He got there first by 16 thou and broke out by 15 thou. That's what you call having a little itty-bitty window to sneak in, and he just couldn't get there. 92 for the win for Kern, who also had a 002 reaction time. Ty Lafferty now, the Sunoco machine here on the left side. And Mike Lippin in the right side. Who would have guessed they'd find the Titanic before they found Jimmy Hoffa? Think they'll find Noah's Ark before they find Jimmy Hoffman? What else are they looking for out there? Life on other planets? Well, here's a couple of guys taking a way different approach to how to make it happen. 8,900 for Ty Lafferty. Click, bang, winner. Mike Lippin had a 006 light, got way out there, and then threw out the anchor. 888 at 141. Ty goes 8,900. Bill Weber rolling in now on one side, and Nick Alejandre on the other. Look at the numbers on the scoop. They both finished top 10 last year, within one spot of each other. Both of them trying to get the upper hand here early in the division chase this year. It's going to come down to a double breakout. It's going to come down to Bill Weber for the win. Better on the tree, Alejandro. And he got there first, but he took too much. Took 400s. Comes out on the wrong side of the math. He takes 200s. He could have won that race. Bill Weber goes 8-8, 9-9. Under by only 1,000. That was enough to win it. Debbie Dolezal, race for home. Wonder if she's got a home that's got a burnout pad. Got enough race cars, you know, every once in a while you need to break in a set of tires. Damon Bustamante over on the other side. Easing ever so gently into the beams. And away they go. Two thousandths of a second. Damon Bustamante for the win. 891 to an 892. Starting line, they're separated by 6 thou. Advantage Debbie. Finish line, Damon with the nose out by 2 thou, and he wins it. 891 taking care of business. Over and not too bad, but not good enough. 892. Travis Seabold down the left side, and Bobby Dye. A couple of the next generationers. How about Travis? Travis finished top 3 in the division last year. Wasn't even the best racer in his own house. And Bobby Dye, Specialty Fasteners is now the Dye family business. And when they say specialty, they mean specialty. You need something in particular made. Something for a particular application, something custom. That's the kind of stuff they do. Double breakout. Identical double breakout. Both drivers go 888.3. Identical double breakout. Reaction time is the tiebreaker. Travis had the better light. That's the win. He was 9 thou better at this end. He was 9 thou out in front at that end. And on an identical double breakout, better reaction time carries the day. Chad Weber, Todd McCann. If you're Bobby Dye, that just makes you sick. Because you know what you needed to do to win that race? You needed to back up 1,000th of a second to win the race. Back up 1 thou. Like, come on, man. Come on. Here comes the other half of that Sherway engine and machine team. Team Weber, Todd McCann on the right side. Out of Centennial, Colorado. I am going to miss Vandermeer Speedway. My favorite racetrack on tour. Now I need to come up with a new favorite. No, see, Firebird's your home track. You can't have your home track can't be your favorite track. You know, everybody's got a favorite that they travel to. That's what I'm talking about. Chad Weber, 007 light, and that carried the day. He got there first, went 889. Todd Fallon across went 888. on the double breakout, Chad's going to win it. And that's another classic case of why. Superior reaction time gives you wiggle room down at the other end. Well, this ought to be a fun matchup. Steve Williams, the wily veteran, the former world champion, the K&N car, that as Johnny Motor's been talking about all weekend long, capable of running giant mile an hour. You don't see those 190s usually in eliminations because you're going to be playing the game down at the other end. In the right side is Melanie Johnson, daughter of 4,000-time World Championship crew chief Alan Johnson. AJPE MB Cabinets, the Hitching Post, best steakhouse in Santa Maria. I can attest to that personally. You'll want to order the artichoke. Melanie just getting started in her career. Only a few races under her belt. Now she's driving a Tom Bear race car. That's good equipment. It would be a real feather in her cap if she could send Steve Williams home here in round number 2. Williams drops back. Here he comes trying to close the gap. It's going to come down to a double breakout. Williams wins it. They were identical on reaction time. Both drivers had an 021 light. Melanie goes 888. Steve goes 889. Wins it on the double breakout. After identical lights. Kevin Rompo in the left side. Val Torres in the right. Gotta love Rompo. When he called the painter, he said, okay, I want to redo my car. He said, what do you want? He said, red. He said, red and what? He said, nope, red. He said, what do you want? Nope, just red. Okay, we can do it. We can make it red. I got an idea. Red. Have you thought about red? $887 to an $885. Another double breakout. This is going to go Val Torres' way. Reaction advantage was 9,000. Kevin Rompo got there first, ran 885. That's his pretty big miss. 500's under. 887 for Val. Getting behind, letting him go. So Val Torres advances. Let's see if his kid can do the same. G-Money. That's Gabe Torres in the left side. Tim Walker on the right side. There's a new sheriff in town. The Land Shark chassis. Those little chassis, the little shorty cars, they really serve a legitimate purpose. You know what the legitimate purpose is? It'll fit in a regular garage. You got a long wheelbase dragster, it won't fit in your regular, your regular garage that's attached to most houses. The short one will. You also don't need as big a trailer. It's also easier to turn around in the parking lot, but not a lot of that going on in these things. $895 for the win for Gabe. The sheriff missed the tree, and Gabe made him pay down there. $895 gets there in front of an 8.90. So Gabe Torres joins his dad in the next round. Well, I told you there wasn't going to be any more free rides, but apparently Keith Winters had a problem with the car, was unable to make repairs. He's supposed to be in the right lane. So this, I know it looks like a buy run, but technically it is a legal single. On the throttle stop, off the throttle stop, past the finish line, 887 at 171 miles per hour. Competition eliminator rolling around the corner now. Sportsman Motorcycle, they're locked and loaded, ready to go. Top Sportsman should be loaded in, paired up, back in the staging lanes. Super Stock, you need to be warmed up and ready. We're going to be calling you in here very soon. Super Stock, be ready. Great matchup to start with here in Competition Eliminator. We got a former division champ. That's Joe Mazeris here in the left lane. That Dodge powered dragster from right here in the valley. And over on the right side is Ryan Pretty, the Mountain View Performance Machine. That's former world champ for the California team. 700 cubic inch A altered automatic for Team Purple. And a little bitty wedge head Dodge small block for Team Mazeris. Competition Eliminator, handicap start, but performance based. You don't break out in comp. All you got to do is turn the light green and get there, baby. Just get there. Doesn't matter how fast you go. Mazeris going to get the handicap start, then Ryan's going to be on the chase. And this is a 2-for-1. An interesting field of comp cars. We had a couple of wacky cars that were coming in here to test this weekend. But as opposed to Super Comp, where the next buy run was supposed to be in the semifinals, there's going to be a free ride every round here in Comp Eliminator with the field we've got. And the winner of this one will go straight to the semis. Pass go, collect your $200, go to the semis. Both drivers get away on a green. Look at Ryan Pretty closing the gap. Shoots out, wins it. 653. 653.0. Ugh, that'll cost him a hundo. 181 the speed. 696 for Joe Mazeris. Joe missed the tree. Ryan was 005. You saw him throw the laundry out before the finish line because he had caught him, knew he was going by, trying to save himself a little index. He's going to take himself a little index nudge in the next round, but he's going to go to the next round, and in the next round, he's not going to have to race anybody. Nobody. Don Beavers and Steve Graham coming at you now. This is kind of an interesting matchup because these cars really do have a little bit in common. A little bit. Both utilize pro stock technology under the hood. Steve Graham's car is a pro stock car. It's got a 500 cubic inch engine in it. It's got a clutchless 5-speed in it. Now for Don Beavers in the Ford Probe, the A Super Mod, a 400 cubic inch small block that's got every bit as much pro stock technology being utilized as Steve Graham's car does. For you hardcore fans, you probably know that over, down under, pro stock cars utilize a 400 cubic inch small block, and Ford's a pretty popular combination. Don Beavers makes a lot of power with that thing. Handicap head start this time. Going to go to the blue car. And then we'll turn loose Steve Graham and see if he can catch him. We're ready. Steve Graham coming up alongside like a missile. Has he got enough to get around the probe? He does not. 805, 169. Graham looked like he was catching him. And then goes 711, 163 miles an hour, and Don Beavers holds on. Again, I said earlier, if you're going to miss the tree, make sure the other guy does too. Well, that time they both did. But Don Beavers holds on for the win and advances to the next round. Here comes Scott McClay. Scott was the #1 qualifier with an odd number of cars in the category. He gets the bye run in round number 1. That's another little wedge Dodge. Very similar to the Mazeris car that we saw earlier, except Joe Mazeris utilizes 2 4-barrel carburetors. Scott just won on the C Econo car. So this should be your basic 800-foot time run. You never run them all out in comp if you're on a solo run. If McClay stays true to form, this thing's going to have the front end up out past the Christmas tree because this thing leaves on the wheelie bar like that. And he runs her down to the 8th mile or so before pulling back on the gas. 829, 105 miles an hour for Scott. And we're about to find out who his opponent is going to be, because Scott is going to race the winner of this one. Coming up next round, that's Kevin Carter. And that's Josh Lee. That's what you love about comp. What I love about comp. You can use your imagination. You don't have like all the cars thinking same school of thought to achieve the same goal. Josh Lee's car's got a 4-cylinder Honda engine in it. A 4-cylinder Honda. Now, how many people do you know that will be sitting around the shop going, yeah, we got to build a new race car. Yeah, what are we going to use for power? Well, gee, I don't know. I got an idea. Why don't we pull the motor out of that Accord, that Civic? Then we'll build a little Bantam altered around it. And then we'll go finish top 5 in the division with it. Now, Kevin Carter, that's family tradition over there. Dean Carter got himself a couple of world championships with an injected small block front engine nostalgia dragster, and that's exactly what Kevin Carter's car is. And Dean's in the water box, waiting for his shot at this. They're in and ready. Problems for Kevin Carter, you could hear it when he hit the gas. Josh goes 9.12 at 121 miles an hour. He was off and running with the handicap head start, and when Kevin Carter hit the gas, you could hear that thing. The motor was just sour. And he ends up kind of easing down the boulevard, 841, 125, but he had no shot at winning that race. Super Stock, come on down. Super Stock to the staging lanes, please. So Josh Lee, who won race number 1, takes the first step here in race number 2. Oh, attention in the pits. Super Stock. Super Stock to the lanes. All right, so if the Carter family is going to get the trophy, it's going to be up to Dad, also known as Dean. The Patterson Elite Power Plant, sitting out in front of the proprietor of Quality Floors from here in the valley, Jeff Conley over on the right side. Another Arizona car. Landmark Iron is his family biz. That is a Pro-Charged Pro Mod. Yeah. So Dean Carter got a car that'll run in the 6s, about 180 miles an hour or so. Conley's got a car that'll be closing in at about 225 miles an hour if he gets cleanly off the starting line. Handicap goes to the dragster. And then we send a Pro Mod after him. Catch me if you can. Dean spun the tires. Jeff had to pedal it. Dean's got smoke out of the pipes, but somehow he's going to win it. 713, 174. Carter's car lit the tires when he hit the gas down here. And Jeff Conley missed the tree, rattled the tire, had to pedal it, got back after it. Carter, though, with smoke out of the pipes, I hope that he didn't hurt that thing to the point that they can't turn it around and come back, because Dean Carter has advanced. And he's got himself an appointment with Don Beavers later on in the day. Winner of that one's going to run for the money. Ryan Pretty, as I mentioned, earned the free ride next round. And number 1 qualifier, Scott McClay, going to take on race 1 winner, Josh Lee. In round number 2 of comp. Word from the top end of the racetrack. Took a look at the car, took a look at the track, and I don't believe there's anything we have to clean up, so that's good news. Hopefully, as I said, whatever was causing the smoke to escape, you never want to let the smoke out. Whatever's causing the smoke to escape hopefully was a minor issue. Something that can be fixed. We got Sportsman Motorcycle in the water box. Getting set to go. We've got Top Sportsman in the staging lanes. Getting set to go. We've got Super Stock, round number 2, assembling in the staging lanes, getting ready to go. At least we should have. We better have. We ought to have. I asked nicely. That's all I can do is ask nicely. Please. Sonoran Grill's got to be open down there, right? I didn't realize, I don't know how I didn't know this. I didn't realize they're open for breakfast. They have breakfast burritos. You didn't know that either? I saw the sign this morning when I was coming out. I thought, how did I not know that? How did I not know that? I wish I had known that. Of course, they're going to be switching over to lunch menu here a little bit later on. Chicken tenders, Sonoran hot dogs. And they'll take good care of you. If you don't feel like firing up the grill, or you don't feel like putting together a sandwich, or you just want the no muss, no fuss, they'll take good care of you down there. All right, here we go with the motorcycles. The unique thing about the motorcycles, and since we didn't see any competition yesterday, this will be the first time some of you fans may have seen this. If you're sitting far enough down track where you can see the backside of the tree, in the motorcycle category, you're allowed to choose which Christmas tree you want. That's Paul Silvas over on the right side, Sean Connor on the left. It's the only category in NHRA where sometimes you'll see one side of the tree with a pro start and one side with a full countdown. This time they both opted for the pro, but we'll see it again, I promise you. I promise you. Paul Silva's going to get the win. He was off the starting mark with a better reaction time and then 875 against his predicted 873. 818 on the 815 for Connor, only missing the dial by 300. That wasn't really the issue. The 111 reaction time, that was the issue. Now, both of these competitors utilize the full countdown tree. The general rule in NHRA is this. Heads-up categories, whether it's top fuel or super street, heads-up categories all utilize a pro start. All the ambers flash at the same time, then the green comes on. Handicap categories all utilize the full countdown. Everything from competition eliminator to stock eliminator, full countdown. Motorcycles, however, you can take your pick. Tom Patterson on the green machine. He got the trophy the other day. Patterson, by pushing him over a little bit towards the center line, he's going to be able to keep it in the groove, but can he get it in front of Eric Jaquith? And no. So race one winner out. Round one, the second race. Eric had the better reaction time, a couple of hundred, runs 954 on his 950, 87 on 83. They both run 4 back of the dial. Difference at the start was about 100. That was basically the difference at the finish line. 11 thousandths of a second. And Eric for the win. Well, this ought to be fun. Former champ Kahea Woods in the left side. Reigning a multiple-time champ Tom Medlin in the right side. $826, the prediction for Kahea. $811 for Medlin. So there's not going to be a whole lot of handicap getting after you here. Both of them utilizing the Pro Stock style machine. Both of them have actually stuck their toe in the Pro Stock waters from time to time. And both of them really enjoy getting it done out here, Sportsman motorcycle style. Away on the green for both. Medlin trying to close in, and he got him. 813. 163 miles an hour. Kahea Woods had the reaction time, but his bike wouldn't run the number. Ends up going 836. 10th back from the 826. That's just not enough. So Medlin taking care of business there on a 2-for-1. We have a bye run in round one. We have a bye run in round two. Everything else will be side by side the entire day. Clayton Howie and Mike Avila. Mark Avila coming at you now. Clayton on the left side, Mark on the right side. That was a chance to see the wacky tree as Mark left on the pro and Clayton took the full. And Clayton's going to take the win, 843 at 150 miles an hour, 75 on a 70 for Mark Avila. They're only 2 thou apart in reaction time. Clayton was closer to the dial, however, and that is your winner. Here comes John Colburn on the Harley Destroyer and Sean Phipps on the Suzuki. Almost forgot to remember Joe. Can't forget Joe. Uh-oh, the Harley doesn't sound like it's hitting on all, I don't know, 6, 5, 2. Yeah. 965 for Sean Phipps. That's an easy winner. John Colburn, you heard him when he let the clutch out. The Harley just kind of nosed over out there, and the Destroyer was spitting and sputtering its way down the racetrack, leaving the door wide open for Sean Phipps to make his way into round number 2. David Ochoa, Dan Snyder. Winner of this one going to come back and run. Sean Phipps a little bit later on in the day. So will Sean take on another Destroyer? Well, he will if Dan has anything to say about it. David Ochoa over here on the stretched out Kawasaki down from Santa Maria, California. Going to try to send the other Harley home early. Look at Ochoa really having to fight that no-bar bike to keep it under control. Has he got enough room to get out in front of the Destroyer by the time he gets to the finish line? He does. 884. 011 light, 884. That's solid. 980 for Dan Snyder. Not bad, just not enough. So David Ochoa taking care of business there. And Justin Willison got the free ride. They qualify based on reaction time, and he had a 002, which put him on the top of the heap. Just another part of Team Tucson, so Tom Patterson won race number 1 for Team Tucson. Justin with a 006 light. Looking good. 895 at 144. All right, we got a sweeper out there. We're going to do just a little bit of track maintenance. Sitting back behind the tower next. Going to be Super Stock. Or, I'm sorry, going to be Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman. And Super Stock, this is final call for Super Stock. You should be in the staging lanes, getting paired up and ready to go. I want to welcome everybody. Great to have you here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Hey, I want to remind you, if you're interested in getting some insurance on your race rig, on your race car, even on the track, you don't want to leave any gaps in your coverage, talk to folks at Larice Motorsport Insurance. They've got broad packaged insurance policies that don't leave any gaps. They have affordable on and off track coverage for racers. And they also have perfect run and best package programs where you can win a little cash along with their contingency program. You spend money on insurance to get to the track already, might as well collect a little when you win. Check them out online, LariceMotorsportinsurance.com for more information. Top Sportsman rolling around the corner. It's going to be round number 1 of our really stupid fast bracket racers. Greg Lair was the number 1 qualifier yesterday. He will pick up a solo here. We're going to start off with Craig Lyles, who won race 1, and Rich Okerman, perennial division championship threat, had another top 5 in the nation last year. When all was said and done, our first pair, one of the big hitters going home. Either Craig Lyles is going to pack up early and head back to New Mexico, or Rich Okerman break camp and head for California. 704 the prediction for Okerman. 675 for Craig Lyles. So half a bulb plus 400s. All right, both drivers away on a green. Okerman's got the head start. Craig Lyles, can he catch him? He got it. Wow. Both drivers doing their job on the tree. 0-12 for Lyles, left second. 007 for Okerman, but he was 5 back of the dial. So Craig Lyles picks up the win. Now it's going to be Lance Abbott to pick up Dan Lafferty in the Camaro. Lance Abbott says he can run 7:10, 6:76 for Lafferty. So the split is going to be almost exactly the same. Only a couple hundredths difference in split with this race and split with last race. Right lane going to be chasing one more time. And the right lane is going to be winning one more time. 011 on the tree was Dan Lafferty. That was a little bit better. 679. 3 above the dial. As a matter of fact, Lance Abbott also went 3 above the dial. Difference on the starting line was 12 thou. Difference at the finish line was 15 thou. Dan Lafferty for the win. Now it's going to be Darren Shank in the left side, and that Cobalt. William Knutson in the right side. This time, handicap is going to be a little bigger. It's going to be more than 2 bulbs handicap. And this time, it's going to be the right lane off first. And the left lane will be on the chase. Super stock, you should be locked and loaded in the staging lanes. Top Dragster, you better be warmed up. We're going to be calling you next. Top Dragster, you'll be coming in next. They bump their way in and they're set to go. 1 second head start. The whole race is only 6.8 seconds long for Darren Shank. And he gives up a 1 second head start. Well, so far this morning, looks like the quick cars hauling the mail. Darren getting the win here. 688 on the 686. William Knutson actually got there first, but he's 3 too quick. Had the advantage at the tree. Got himself a big chunk at the stripe. Goes 3 too quick, and Darren Shank advances to the next round. So far, the quicker cars have carried the day. Let's see if Austin Moore can stop that trend. Austin, who I do believe just got licensed this weekend. The beautiful Camaro over here on the left side, and David Cook, the Eleanor looking machine. 700 cubic inches and nitrous oxide because, well, why not? Why not? It's one of the things I love about Top Sportsman. You see some of the combinations, some of the things they run. It reminds me of my mom. When I was a kid, she said, "Why would you do that?" I don't know. Well, look at Okay, let's build a low-slung Mustang. Let's put a 700-inch motor in it. Okay, that should be enough. Let's put nitrous on it. And it's like, why would you do that? I don't know. Why not? And the fast car continue the dominance. The chaser at the finish line. Yes, that's 4 for 4. 6.707. 191 the speed for Dave Cook. 735 on the 30 for Austin Moore. And Dave Cook will advance. Well, we've got a trend. So far, anyway, Mike Lucas. I'm going to see if he can continue that trend. No, I'm sorry. Mike Lucas is going to try to break the trend. 735 is freshly. Spiffed up Warpath machine. Number 3 in the world last year. Number 8 in the qualifying here. He will be on the chase. So we got the black and white car against the white and black car. You got to admit, those plexiglass air scoops kind of grow on you, don't they? I can tell you this, a whole lot easier to see through that thing than it is to see around the one that Brian's got on his car. I promise. I promise. Will the fast cars continue their winning ways here in round number 1? Well, not if Mike Lucas has his way. Mike Lucas breaks the trend. Actually, to be fair, it was Brian War that broke the trend. War was 004 on reaction time. Looked like he was in good shape. Then he ran too quick. 672. Mike Lucas goes 34 on a 36. It comes down to 5 thou on the double breakout. But Mike Lucas becomes the first of the tortoises to beat the hare. Roy Haynes in the left side, Will Yakimitz in the right. I find it monumentally funny that you could go bracket racing. You could dial 6.9 seconds in a bracket race and get the head start by almost a full bulb. Yakimitz with that big blown 500-inch Chevrolet. Whoa, yeah, whoa, hang on, both of you. Wow. Both cars getting crazy out there. Roy getting crossed up, going into the left wall and back across into the right wall. Yakimitz rattled a tire on a starting line, pedaled it. Looked like he was out of the race, and about that time, Roy was headed over the center line. Last move forward, about 6 more inches. And they're ready. All right, nice clean run down the old 1320. 666, Pat War. Some people don't like that number. He'll take it. 202 miles an hour. That's going to be a winner. 640 for Kelly Harper. Kelly did get a good clean run in, but he was a 10th back of the dial. Reaction time was really a kind of a coin flip. But Pat War had some room down there, stayed on the plus side, and he will advance to the next round. Lindsay Snyder-Ellingson rolling up now. The Flying Dutchman race. She just loves fast cars. Got quite a collection of them. Sammy Gonzalez over on the right side, rolling here out of Albuquerque. There's actually a neat deal Linz did one time. Was an episode of Jay Leno's Garage where they took her 40 Willys coupe streetcar out for a spin. Got a flat tire. And call a flatbed. Hey, it's all part of the adventure. 675 the dial for Lindsay. Sammy says 709. Sammy Gonzalez trying to hold on. Lindsay trying to catch. Sammy's going to get the win. 712 on the 709. 683. 683 on the 675. Well, we started this thing off with the fast cars winning everything in the last few pairs. The slower car been taking care of business down there at the other end. Let's see what this one ends up. That's Ed Olpen in the black car. It really is. The retired funeral director from up in Utah and over on the right side. That's Paul Mitzos out of California. Olpen going to take the handicap head start here, and then the driver out of Fast Tire and Auto, Team Mitzos, going to try to catch him. Off and away on the green. Ed Olpen with the head start. Here comes Mitzos. And the fast car takes care of this one. 6:58. Predicted a 57, ran a 58. That'll work. Olpen predicted a 92, ran a 93. Indexically speaking, they were almost identical. 200 difference in reaction time advantage Mitzos. That was the margin to stripe. That'll bring up your number one qualifier, Greg Lair. 900 plus cubic inches holding up the hood scoop. No power adder because, well, if you ask Greg, he said, it's 900 cubic inches. What do you need a power adder for? That car's got a clutch in it, though. We talk about that all the time because it is the only car, to my knowledge, it's the only top sportsman car in the country that's still got a clutch in it. And Greg Lair will tell you, race cars should not have an automatic transmission, should have a clutch. So that's what he's got. Car dealer out of Texas. Number one qualifier, solo run, final car in category. Top dragster, final call. Final call, top dragster to the lanes. .647. Just like he predicted. You almost wish there was somebody near the lane if you're going to run right on the dial like that. And here comes Superstock. Kick things off with Jody George in the left side. In that 1990 Oldsmobile. Have you ever seen another race car that looks like that? The Pro Stock version of the 1990 Olds Cutlass was pretty popular, but the Super Stock version, not so much. I love the thing. The J-Gun racing engine tucked under the hood. GTL automatic. And over on the right side is Brock Brodus, and that is a V6 car. We go back to handicap-style racing. The V6 will be off and running. Now, Jody George does not do a lot of chasing. Normally, when you're in a high 10-second car in Super Stock, you're more the tortoise than the hare, but this time, Jody trying to make up the ground. Brock Brodus. Well, Brock's already been caught. Brock's already been passed, and Brock has been sent back to California. 11:01 for the win, 107 miles an hour. Brodus had a reaction time start with a 1. Can't do it. Cannot do it. Here comes Jared Jordan. That's a really neat race car. Did you say it's his mom's birthday, right?
Yes.
Didn't you say it's his mom's birthday? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mom. Oh, she's even got her happy birthday little crown on her headpiece, or tiara. That's what tiara. Tom Nolan over on the right side. Tom Nolan turns it red by 18 thou. Jared Jordan's V10 car with the win, 930, 126 of speed, 933 at 141 for Nolan, but he was red by 18. Lynn Snyder, one of the original 4 GT cars. I have got to get a hold of Keith Lynch. When GT cars became a thing in 1985, there were 4 of them entered in the Winter Nationals. This one in the left lane. Larry Morgan had one, which is still out there racing. Alan Patterson had one, which is being restored right now. And Keith Lynch had one, and I haven't been able to get a hold of Keith Lynch to find out what happened to his car. Well, Lynn Snyder exits early. Clocked out 23 thousandths of a second too soon and turned on John Dorlay's scoreboard. Dorlay went all the way to the final in race number 1, goes 983 here. 134 miles an hour, 997 for Lynn Snyder. That probably would have been okay. The red light was not okay. Tibor Kadar now rolling up in the little Chevy 2. And over on the right side, Ed Niquette. Take a look at the Chevy 2. I'm going to tell you something. You'll never look at a Chevy 2 the same way again. Herb McCandless, world-famous Hemi driver, told me one time they used to call those things factory funny cars, because back in the 60s, what did everybody do? You move the front wheels till they touch the bumper and the back wheels under the back seat. And then Chevy did it in the Nova all by itself. If you look how close the front wheels are to the front bumper and look how close the rear wheels are, it's like the factory was building funny cars. 10:04 for the win for Tibor. 121 the speed. 865 on an 865. Ed Niquette nailed the dial, but missed the tree. Kadar for the win. Oh, this ought to be fun. Justin Lamb in that stupid fast A-modified stalker, and Matt Hawk, the Hawk brothers in the Maverick. That is a GTQ automatic. Little bitty, teeny tiny engine under the hood of the Maverick. It does big wheel stands. Dialed in 1165. This is going to be a 3 Mississippi head start before we turn loose that Stone Chevrolet for the folks at Rad Torque. Justin Lamb has got a lot of ground to make up. Matt Hawk out there. Matt Hawk still out there. Matt Hawk breaks out. Oh, 878. 148 to speed for Justin Lamb. Matt is going to hate life. He is trip, zip, perfect on the starting line and broke out 500ths at 1160. Justin Lamb goes 878 for the win. Well, Matt, you can come get donuts. That might make you feel better. Trey Vetter in that wheel standing, 68 Chevrolet. Doug brought us over on the right side. We saw Brock go by the wayside earlier. Let's see if Doug can uphold the family honor here. Trey Vetter's car might be the wheel stand in his car here this weekend. It's definitely in the conversation. No question about it. And we're going to get a chance to see it again. 969 on the 969 winner, Doug Brodus, 932. With a 0, 932-0 on a 932, but he had an 098 light. It's not often that you've got an 076 reaction time and win on a hole shot, but that's what Trey did. Well, that'll bring up Brina Splinger in the Mountain View Performance Machine. and Tom Ferrugia. Now, Tom is driving that black 427 Camaro that he normally drives, that he owns, that he races, with that Patterson Elite Power under the hood. Brina is imported talent. They flew her in from Illinois to drive this Mountain View car, and it's been quicker and faster with her in it than ever before. And Tom Ferrugia goes 003 RED. 816, 156 for Brina. Ferrugia goes 3 thou red and then dead zero on the dial. How many times have we seen that today? I think Johnny had 2 or 3 of them. I've had a couple of them. 3 thou red and then dead zero. Oh, this ought to be fun. This ought to be fun. It's 2 for 1. Billy Maddox on the right side, 1 race 1 on a hot streak. Jody Lang on the left side. That's the Division 6 champ. That's one of the best on the planet driving Superstock, especially with a slower car. Jody's made a living driving Malibus that don't run 9 seconds. He's going to get the big old head start here, and then Maddox. That's a factory GT. It's got a late model Gen 3 Hemi under the hood. So the reigning division champ out of Washington against the winner from Friday. Finish line, Maddox keeps on keeping on. Dead on 1 for the win. 031. Put 2 in his pocket up here, then ran dead 1 down there. That's like kicking sand in Jody's face. There's no way Jody Lang could win that race. And Billy Maddox has yet to lose a round in 2024 Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series competition. Yeah, I know, but every streak starts somewhere. Bill Deavy on the left side. Pete Lindbergh on the right. The relapse time Cavalier against the BOD, the Big Orange Dodge. 1970 Challenger. Super E automatic. A red light shining on your orange car is not a good thing. Deavy with a perfect light. Donut winner, donut winner. Bill, come get your donuts. 946. 138. Drop a bag of donuts on the starting line. Grab a bag of donuts in the tower. I might have to go get some more donuts. I thought I had enough for the day, but all of a sudden, got a bunch of donut hunters out here. Tim Seymour and Larry Zavala. Coming at you now. The Gen 3 Camaro, that's the silver car. That's Larry. The Gen 5 Camaro, that's the blue car. That's Tim. Boogieing down the boulevard they go. Going to be a breakout for Tim Seymour. Going to be a win light for Larry Zavala. 070 on the tree. Wins on a hole shot. Runs 987, 133 the speed. Seymour missed the tree, got there second, and broke out. That's all at the same time. Well, we're talking about big wheel stand cars. Mike Graham's got one of those. That's the turn of the century Cobra. Can you believe the Y2K was 25 years ago? Evan Kowalski. Well, it was 1999. We're all worried about it, right? That's 25 years ago. Oh, no. What are the computers going to do at midnight? And it turns out nothing. Mike Graham drops the cherry. 004 red for the Mustang, and Evan Kowalski for the win. 902, 148. 1019 for Mike Graham on the 1020. So he's 004 red, then he's 5,000 too quick. Mike Graham, we will see at the next race. Evan Kowalski, we'll see in the next round. And that means Top Dragster should be rolling up next. That means Super Gas. Oh, attention to pits. Super Gas, come on down. We need the lanes, please. Super Gas the lanes. Johnny Motor's going to slide in here as soon as the Top Dragsters come rolling around the corner, because Johnny likes really fast dragsters. And Top Dragster is really fast dragsters.
Thank you, Alan Reinhart. We're loving it. So again, want to thank all you folks coming out, spectators coming out to enjoy this Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series event, Firebird Motorsports Park. lot of bracket racing today, and these are the quickest. We got Mo Trujillo. He, in the left lane, is looking to run a 6.76. Jeff Conley, you can dial down to 6.10. He is right there. He's looking for that 610. Runs a 99 with a 9. He's out. A little nitrous purge coming out of that left lane for Mo Trujillo. He in the Firebird side of the racetrack. Jeff Conley running out of that Radford lane. So the top dragsters. Mo Trujillo sits there with the pre-stage on. Here's the landmark iron machine of Jeff Conley. He dives right in. Here's Mo. There we go. Mo Trujillo brings on the red light by 6 thou. Runs a 678 on that 76 dial, but Jeff Conley is going to get the win. He ran under that 610 number, but because Mo Trujillo went red, he will still go to the next round. So again, that Jeff Conley, a very fast machine. Got that round 1 win. Here's the next pair of top dragsters. They're gonna making sure we got the dials right on our next pair. In fact, actually, it was Joe Glenwinkle who did not show. So Glenwinkle not being able to make the call in this round. So Brianna Weens is going to get the solo here. She's looking to run a 6:53. And a 6:52 with a 1 for Brianna Weens on that single. As our next pair get ready to come out in the top dragster category, we got Jennifer Weens in that left lane. Out of the right side, Dylan Haug. This is a 2-for-1. Winner goes an extra round here. Dylan Haug, of course. The son, there's Mindy the mom back there. Won in the alcohol funny car yesterday. I'd love to see his son get a trophy here, but right now he's looking at a round win. He's got a number 4 plate on the side of his top dragster. It's the Mr. Bags limited machine. Dylan Haug is going to leave first. Looking to run a 665. That very colorful Weens machine. Jennifer coming out of that Firebird lane. Looking to run a 617 and run down the Division 6 competitor. Win light on, right lane, Dylan Haug. Jennifer Weens pulled the trigger too early, went 24 red, ran a 618, was dialed right, but went red. Dylan Haug, talk about dialed right, he ran a dead on 3. So he was looking to run that 665, ran a 665 with a 3 for the round win. Next out, one of the quicker cars in the category. Actually qualified in the number 3 spot. Lake Havasu, Arizona-based. Don and Connie London's machine. It's a twin turbo, 540 cubic inch motor. Beautiful car. Mark Colton, right lane. Colton's going to leave first. He's going to look to run a 7:29, while Don London out of Lake Havasu looking for a 6.14. He ran a 6:14 with a 7 in qualifying at 227 on the mile an hour. I think he's ran the quickest of 6:13 this weekend. Keep in mind that they only had one qualifying shot for today, but they actually had a couple qualifying shots for the race one, and then he won, came out with elimination. So right now, all he's thinking about is one thing: putting a wheel in front of Mark Colton and not going under that 6:14 number. A little over 2 bulbs separating the two on the leads. Full tree. Going the, which driver's going to go in? Looks like it's London. Now Colton's in. And off they go. Right lane, Colton. Machine just died, pulled off to the side. Don London runs a 6:15 with a 5 at 214 on the mile an hour for the win. So a 6:15.5, 214. And Mark Colton pulls off to the side. And we're going to thank him. Sometimes when and if you think of this, when you're at your local drag strip, you spectators out there, and your car has a problem, just pull off to the side. That way, if it was broke, putting out some stuff on the racetrack, be that much easier to clean up. Pulled over out of the groove, so very respectful to his fellow competitors as Mark Colton. And hopefully, whatever the problem was minor, and he'll be able to get it fixed for the next Division 7 event that he will compete at. The next stop, I believe, on the Division 7 tour will be a double divisional also up in Las Vegas, Nevada. So Division 7, very fortunate. They're going to get like 4 division races out of the way quickly. The Mission Foods NHRA Tour is going to kick off in 2 weeks in Gainesville, Florida. Then they're going to be rolling this way. They're going to go to the In-Out Burger Raceway over in Pomona, California. Then a week off, they're going to stop right back here at the Firebird Motorsports Park for the Arizona Nationals. Then they're going to go back-to-back up to Las Vegas, Nevada, and the following weekend will be that Lucas Oil Division 7 event, which will be a double divisional. So Mark Colton's out of the car. He's looking back there. They're going to hook a strap to him. Or actually, I believe they're going to push him off. Don't forget the Sonoran Grill is open. I'm sure they flipped to the lunch mode by now. So check them out. Oh, man, Chris Thompson in the house. I believe March 31st, 30th, Saturday. They're going to have the Arizona Racers reunion over at the Phoenix Kart Racing Track over on about 43rd Avenue and Happy Valley Road. They have a great car show, Cackle Fest, and induct some people into the Arizona Hall of Fame.
Who's going in this year?
Actually, the Dozals are going in.
Really?
Debbie and Darren Dozal are going to be inducted into the Arizona Hall of Fame. Every time I go by their trailer, they're working on their speech. No, only kidding. So that'll be a cool deal. The PKRA, Phoenix Kart Racing Association. Terry White and Taylor Weens are going to be our next top dragsters coming up as we're waiting to clear the top end of the racetrack, the Colton machine. Yeah, Geron down there. He's talking about, yesterday I won the donuts, and they're all down on the starting line saying, we didn't get no donuts. You didn't have a perfect reaction time. Didn't throw a bag of donuts up on the tree. Geron hanging out with the Weens bunch this weekend. Probably be racing down to the Baby Gators next weekend. Terry White, left lane, right side of the racetrack, the Radford lane. Taylor Weens. So it's Taylor in that right lane looking to run a 640, while Terry White looking to run a 672. White's going to lead first. He's going to be out front, kind of glancing around as that madcap-powered machine of Taylor Weens tries to throw a wheel in front of him. Mile an hour, about 25 difference between the two cars. They go. Green, both machines. Top end. Winner. Right lane, Taylor Weens. 641 with a 1, 225. Little too much bite at the stripe. Only 7 thou did he break out by Terry White. But it's Taylor Weens for the win. And the young lady who is having a birthday today in that right lane. She's hoping to not dive into the cake too quick. Wouldn't it be cool if she gets it in the winner's circle? Hannah Cook, Novato, California based, right lane. Looking for a 632 and trying to chase down Randy Dahlberg. That kind of swoopy paint job, the yellows, the blacks, the golds, all working down from Division 5. Opportunity here for Hannah to give herself a birthday present, and she did. Runs through at a 6:33, a 006 reaction time for Hannah Cook. Breaking out by 8 thousandths was Randy Dahlberg, and he couldn't throw a wheel out in front of that Hannah Cook machine. Keep a wheel out in front, I should say. Here's Chad Axford, the red machine. He went right into the beam, so he's going to back out. While Andy Spiegel, the Spiegel Racing Engines, is coming back after his burnout. Axford's the only guy here with a Super Comp cars faster than his top dragster. Ran that 647 or 649. Red light. In the right. Andy Spiegel, 10 thou red. Runs through 657 with a 1, but the winner. Chad Axford, a 703, dead on 8 for the win in that Firebird Motorsports lane. Cody Weber and Mike Mendenhall. Mendenhall qualified in the number 5 spot. He's looking to run a 6.19. Chad Weber going to lead first. Looking to run a 650 and hold off the Mendenhall machine. One of the Sherway engine and machine, Kingman, Arizona-based machines. It's Chad Cody Weber. So the Mendenhall Racing, right? Cody Weber in the left. So it's Weber out front. Mendenhall charging. Can't get him. Cody Weber, 653, was looking for a 50. 18th thou advantage on the leave, taking a stripe by a thou. Mendenhall did not have a chance. Ran a 620 with a 6, 213. John Richardson, Mallory Reese. The MSI, Maintenance Services Incorporated machine, John and Ronnie Richardson's machine in that Firebird lane. Out of the Radford side of the racetrack. Got that number 3, 7-3 on it. Finished number 3 in Division 7 in the 2023 season. Couple of winged. Top dragsters, top end, winner, right lane, dead on 2 for Mallory Reese. Taking a stripe by 17th thou and getting that round win. 625 for the John and Ronnie Richardson machine. A little behind, well, actually had a better reaction time, but margin at the stripe, 17th thou, Reese over Richardson. And there's one of our inductees to the Arizona Hall of Fame. There's Debbie Dozel down there right now. I'm liking it. What's attention in the pits, competition eliminator. Attention in the pits, comp eliminator. Come on down. I believe that's Mallory behind Debbie, and she'll probably be out here racing next weekend. We're going to go Super Comp Racing next. Super Gas. Let's try Super Gas. That's right. Yeah. So Super Gas, next category out. Going to be looking for that 990 number. Hey, again, we'll give a shout out to the good folks from Time Bandit Performance and FNH Production, offering you an opportunity to watch all this action live or check it out later when you get home on YouTube. Go to Trackside Live, Firebird Raceway, and you can watch all the really cool action. So again, thank you. FNH, Time Bandit Performance. So Brandon Dozel. This is the same car that Darren, his dad, who's standing over alongside the racetrack, took to the winner's circle at Vandermeer Speedway at the Mile High Nationals. So Brandon hoping to get by the John Filippi machine, that little Vega in the left side, a 74 Vega as a matter of fact, in that Firebird lane. 990 is the index. I like the red wheels with the black scheme on the right lane side. Oh, Brandon Dozel goes red by 6 thou. So Dozel runs through with a 10:10 as he was reflecting on that red light. John Filippi, 9.89.0 for the Vega at 158 on the mile an hour for the win. Next pair, Bill Packard and Jerry Denton. Jerry Denton, Corvette right. Packard with the 71 Vega, the black, with the blue flames in the front. Packard's Speed Shop. So Bill Packard looking to hit that 990 number and take down Jerry Denton, who's out here with a fleet of machines. Small block, big block. Here comes Denton. Off the throttle stop, charging hard. Top end, Jerry Denton, a 10:03. He was getting out of the throttle. Big advantage on the leave. A .2 was the start time for Bill Packard. With that kind of reaction time, makes it awful tough to get a win. So Denton made a pay. 10:03 over to 997 of Packard. Corvette, Roadster. Brian Fritz in the right lane. Kyle looking on. It's Brian. Blew the cobwebs off this baby, brought it out. Just got to face off against this 57 Corvette of Kevin Romfo. So it's Fritz out front. Romfo off the throttle stop, charging hard. Will he catch him at the top end? Fritz has been fast. That time a little too fast. He breaks out, runs it too quick. 984, had a better reaction time. But Kevin Romfo with the 57 vet says, thank you very much for the round win. John McCone, John and Allison McCone's machine. So you got the Corvette in the left. You got John Dexter with that 68 Camaro. Off they go. As one of the competitors is up here picking up his donuts. There was some great leaves on both these machines. How about a 11 reaction time with a 901? So that was a 12-pack. John Dexter with a 001 reaction time in Radford lane, but only threw down to 998 at the top end, so it's McCone to the next round. Here we got Mike Boner out of Riverside, California. He with that 88 Thunderbird. Laureen Rogers, the sandwich artist. She has a gourmet sandwich shop, I believe. I'll have one with avocado and sprouts. Maybe some wild-caught tuna. Tuna! Sounds good. Well, how about some chicken tenders over at the Snore and Grill? Well, Mike Boner goes red by a bunch. 0.1 reaction time. Laureen Rogers, 002 light, and throws down to 990 with a 6. That's an 8-pack. Yeah, 8-pack. I'm liking it. Whoa, the kid's got the donuts, man, alive. Good thing there's, yeah, good there's just no powdered donuts, right? They'd have it all over them. So Laureen Rogers with that 002 light for the win. Here we got Christopher Nafziger. So a couple of Corvettes going at it. Chris and Jim Nafziger teaming up. Larry Scarth. And the right side is the Corvette. He's got a couple of cool cars. He's got that 62 Chevy he also runs. Right now he's focusing on super gas. 990's the number, charging down the racetrack. Who's going to get the win? It's going to be the left side of the racetrack. Nafziger, 991, 006 reaction time. 992, 154, Larry Scarth. And taking a stripe, taking a win, the 03 Corvette in that Firebird lane. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles. Motorcycles, we need you to come to the staging lanes. Motorcycles, come on down. Here's Brent McKinney and Trenton Langen. So Trenton Langen, he with that little 27 Ford in the right lane. Corvette. Brent McKinney, Wilsonville, Oregon. He's a technical sales manager. How technical will he be on this run? Brent, Sandra teaming up with this machine. Crew chief, he says, me. Whoa, Corvette. Brent McKinney went 003 red. Man, when he took off from the line, the machine made like a little right, and it made that little right 3,000s too quick. Trenton Langan, he in that right lane, gets the win, 985 at 145. So John Perino, the 27 Ford with a 427 Ford for power. The Maui style machine, David Gotts. This is a 2-for-1 here. This round win will get you 2 points, baby. Those all-important points. Actually, a little for sale sticker on that Perino machine. The left lane, Richie Pauly helps him out with the car. Richie Pauly, a longtime Ford man. So it's Perino out front out of Saugus, California. He doesn't want to head home now. Dave Gotts trying to work on him. Oh, Perino took the stripe, but breaks out by more than David Gotts. David Gotts, right lane for the win. Runs a 989 with an 8. Broke out by only 2 thou. Weichman. He, the Mazer Enterprises machine out of Torrance, California. Jeannie, Lisa, Brian, Hayden, all hanging out with him. Brian Smith in the right lane. He loves them Fords. He's got a cool-looking Falcon here. He's made it into a roadster. So now these guys can watch each other as they go down the racetrack. Who's going to have the smile? Who's going to have the frown? It looks like it's going to be Paul Weichman going down. Difference at the stripe was 8/10,000ths of a second. 903, 904. Ryan Smith for the win. 8/10,000ths of a second. Let me figure. That's like one of those little packages of donuts that Alan's been handing out for anybody with a trip zip. Here's Greg Ventura and Mike Blodgett. Blodgett in the right lane. He with the Vega, that Chevy 2, the cool-looking Ventura machine out of Corona, California. The little orange car is going to win. Which one will it be? It's going to be the Ventura machine in the left lane with a 991.4. Mike Blodgett had a better reaction time. Runs through it at 994 at 134. So the margin at the stripe, 20 thou. Give it to Greg Ventura. Here's the Ray Cordero out of Goleta, California. There's Kitty looking on. Kitty and Carrie. Cordero. Joe Galati coming out of that right side. Steve Mooney helps him out with the machine. Retired iron worker out of Acton, California. That's 64 Nova with a 548 cubic inch power plant, while the Corvette, the Cordero machine, opting for the big black Chevrolet also, coming in at about 535 cubic inches. Cordero's in. Galati searching for the pre-stage. He found it. I don't think either one of them wants to put the stage light on. Okay. Hey, Ellen, you got any donuts left? Hey, Matt, you got some coffee? Oh, man, I'm going to run down to the Sonoran Grill. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to run over to Fig Speed. I'm going to check and see. Check out those Ron Davis radiators. Oh, boy. When's the next race, Matt? Okay, all right. This is nice. I wonder what the record is for staging in super gas. Oh, by the way, that Sonoran Grill is still open. Now, there's no once the starter makes his way out, he can kind of force the issue, and he's starting to make his way out there now. He's going to check his texts. He's going to check on to see. He's going to open his Sirius radio app. Underground Garage, Little Steven, yeah. A little bit of Johnny Be Good. Who's going to run again? I think it's, what's that guy in the right name? Right lane, Joe Galati, Acton, California. Cordero in the left. Oh, the Kitty Tamer. I'll tell you what, Kitty, why don't you get the whip out? Uh-oh, we got one in. Now the clock starts. I'll tell you, Cordero's got to get it. Oh, man. Oh, not the way Joe Galati wanted it to go. Hey, anybody have a clock on that? Oh, 9:89.5, Ray Cordero. Man. That was I think that was a record for me on the amount of time it took Super Gassers to the stage. Alan's probably seen one that probably took a day because he does so many races. Dan Moore, the Copper, the Black Machine. Out of the right side, Jerry Colton, out of Gilbert, Arizona. A couple spectacular paint jobs here. I'm liking it. Liking it. It's Super Gas. Almost forgot where we were at. A couple of 7 models, 67 left, 57 right. Both cars making their way down the racetrack. It's the Camaro on the chase. It's Corvette trying to hold them off. And it's the Camaro with a win. A dead-on 7. That was a 15-pack. Do they sell 15 packs? No. Maybe of something. 990 with a 7. 153 more. Colton, dead on 4. Dead on 4. He's behind in the leave. So he out. More on to the next round. Ryan Giacone. That's Brooke looking on. Gary McNaughton. Isn't it? You said Gary McNaughton's birthday today. Well, yeah, he's hoping to get himself a birthday present. Good to see Chris, my man here, BRI. Hooking it up. Bob Johnson, Vision 7 photographer. Over there, poised and ready at all times. McNaughton and Giacone doing battle. Thunderbird. Left lane. Here comes Giacone. Off the stop. Charging hard. They played a stripe at the other end, and it is. Giacone taking a stripe, breaking out by 9 thou. McNaughton gives himself a birthday present with a 9.931. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Motorcycles, we need you. And we also need top sportsmen. Top sportsmen. Come on back. Here's Larry Bradshaw, the Iron Eagle machine. Brad Pierce. That 58 Corvette is not one of the carbon fiber machines. This is the real deal. Of course, back in the day, it didn't matter to cut one up. Now I don't think you'd want to do so, especially after seeing the prices at the Barrett-Jackson auction. I think they were like way out of whack. Alden Pierce helping out. So the Corvette out front. Here comes the Trans Am. Trans Am going to get him? Going to get him? No. Taking a stripe by 5 thou, taking a win, was Brad Pierce with that 58 Corvette. 992 beats a 9.93 for Larry Bradshaw. Rick Marcy Corvette. They got 3 cars out here from New Mexico. And Hank Pramo. It's kind of a cool car. You got the burgundy into the checkers, back to the white. The Ariba Asset Management on the side of that car. Steve Pramo's son. Side of the car. Both machines kind of lift their wheels up out of the beams. They're both green. And the winner is going to be the right side of the racetrack. How about an 11-pack for Hank Pramo with that Vega? Rick Marcy had a 001 reaction time. Runs a 991. 2 thou difference at the stripe. And the nod goes to Pramo. Here we got our next pair. Kenny Yeoman out of Logandale, Nevada. Builds diesel engines. And Daryl Mitchell with the Cavalier. So the Dodge Daytona. Ken Yeoman, Bill Newell. Quite different looks of these two super gas cars, looking to run that 990 number. Working on the racetrack, working for the win, and it's going to the right side of the racetrack. Double breakout. 889, 989 with a 5, breaking out by only 5 thou. 989 with a 4, breaking out by 6 thou. Wow. 1 thou separating the two. Paul Lorton, Mark Philbrick. Philbrick with the Roadster. Lorton with the Roadster. Philbrick with the Mustang in the right lane. The Map Automotive Machine in the right lane. Philbrick out of Strasburg, Colorado. I'm sure Amber's looking on, and Amber going to be smiling. 990 with an 8. Dead on 8. 147 for Paul Lorton. Had a 13 light. Philbrick had a great lead. 004 reaction time. Broke out by a thou. Taking a stripe by 17. Lorton, good job there. Getting that round win. Here's Val Torres. And out of the right lane, the 67 Camaro of Mike Boehner. Hughes Performance, red line. Gold Lithium. Larice Motorsports, all on the side of that nice looking 67, like a charcoal gray machine. Val Torres has had this Corvette for quite some time, and I'll tell you what, he does a great job operating it. Will he operate it to a win here? Yes. 992-1, 158 for Val Torres, while Mike Boehner runs a 996. Torres with a 14 light, 014 reaction time, and got the round win. Here's Pete Zach. The last car out of Torrance. The burgundy into the white, kind of liking it. I like it. Nice looking car. Wouldn't it be cool if he threw down a perfect run? Trip, zip, dead on with an O. If he does, I'm buying hamburgers for everybody. Everybody here. Zach, Pete Zach, out of Torrance, 991.3 at 161 on the mile an hour. You know, he ran a dead-on 0 run yesterday in qualifying, so I really stuck my in round 1, you know, but I stuck my neck out on that. Alan was over there. He was starting to lick his chops, thinking he might get a free burger from me. Not so.
I know better than to think anybody's going to get anything free out of you, Johnny. I mean, come on. Come on.
Sure.
Come on.
The cheapskate that I am. Man, you're going to go broke on all the donuts you've been giving away, man. I'm telling you.
I'm all right with that.
A lot of people have been having the triple zip.
I'm all right with that. I might have to send somebody out to get some more if we have many more perfect lights, because I'm. You'll go get more and more? Oh.
We'll find somebody. We'll find somebody.
Give me the credit card. I'll go.
I don't trust you. Do you, Alan?
No.
Okay. There's a reason I don't give you my credit card. You have a spending habit on race cars.
Actually, if I could get a sponsor, that's the one thing I need. If I could get a sponsor that could just pay my MasterCard off every month, life would be good. I'd have no other complaints. I mean, all the time on the road, all the stuff, all the expenses that you just, there's nothing, no way you can do it other than put it on a credit card. I do love when the bank says, oh, pay over time. Yeah, that'd be a good idea. 87% interest or whatever the heck it is.
Yeah, they don't care.
Motorcycles pulling up to the ready line. They're getting ready for round number 2. Comp Eliminator should be getting ready for round number 2. Top Sportsman should be getting lined up back there in the staging lanes for their next round of competition. As we continue rolling on. Finish up today. Everybody go home, catch your breath for a little bit, and figure out what your next event is going to be. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Johnny's taking a picture of us. What are you doing this for?
Yeah, I want to get a kiss.
It's going to be a wanted poster?
Kiss. Do I look older, Alan?
Yes.
Instagram, baby.
Yeah. Actually, I like taking pictures next to Johnny because next to Johnny, people look at the pictures and think I'm the young one.
I was the first time, but I just, once I walked up there, I turned the timer on just to see how long it was. And it was.
A quick little touch up on the racetrack, and we'll be back out there momentarily.
Oh, yeah. Cliff comes up and says, how long are you going to sit there? I says, they can melt them down, you can grab it, all I care.
Took a little activity over there on the skid pad at Radford's today. Great to have Radford as a partner here on the property, and great to have their Demon 170 down there for doing ride-alongs, and you can get your street legal license out here. You can go through the performance driving school over there. You don't even have to be like an aspiring road racer to want to do that. You can just want to be a better driver. Want to be a more defensive driver. Did you see the deal the other day? Somebody sent a video of a guy that was like, you know, the old classic high-speed chase. They pitted him twice, and the guy did a 360 and kept going. They finally stuck him up against the wall, and that was that. From the quite possibly stupidest person in existence today. Woman was in an accident, claims she hurt her back. Sued for 650,000 pounds. That's, you know, English thing. She lost her case when the defense showed up with video of her winning a Christmas tree throwing contest. I mean, stupidest person in the world. My back is so bad I could barely get out of bed. How did you win the Christmas tree throwing contest? Well, you know, case dismissed. Josh Lee, left lane, race 1 winner. 4-cylinder Honda. Scott McClay, right lane. Dodge Power Dragster. Scott, number 1 qualifier. Soloed in round number 1. Handicap head start. Big. Large. More than a full Christmas tree. The Dustin Lee prepared 4-cylinder Honda is going to be off and running in that screaming little Dodge. Going to be on the chase. Top Sportsman. Top Sportsman, final call. You should be in the lanes. Top Sportsman, final call. That's a lot of handicap. That's a lot of ground to make up. That's a really fast race car. Scott McClay's got him. 726. 175 miles an hour and a perfect trip zip reaction time. Scott McClay, come get your donuts. Josh goes 9 flat, 146 miles an hour, and could not hang on. A perfect light and a 726 for Scott McClay. Number 1 qualifier. Advances and wins donuts. I'm telling you, I'm going to have to send somebody to get more donuts. Dean Carter, Don Beavers. Dean Carter, you may recall, on the last run, had smoke coming out of the thing, and on this run, they are doing some kind of mad thrash over there on it. I'm not sure what Kevin's working on, but they did a very short burnout. I'm not 100% sure Dean Carter's not playing possum here. Don Beavers going to get the head start at 400 cubic inch Ford Probe, and then we'll find out if Dean Carter's race car really is in A1 prime shape. After what we saw last round and what I saw in the burnout, I'm not 100% sure. I'm just not convinced. Now I'm convinced. 808. 153 miles an hour for Don Beavers, clicking it off a little bit early, and I think Dean Carter knew that he was wounded, but he also knew that's 2 for 1. If he comes up here, Don Beavers makes a mistake, does something, gives it to him, he's going to get credit for runner-up. If I'm Dean Carter, I'm doing exactly what they did: pull the car up the starting line, do a little short burnout, pull in, stage it, cross your fingers, and see what happens, because you just never know. And Don Beaver's been racing for a long time, and, well, let's just put it like this. You look at Don's reaction time, and you look at how early he shut the car off, I think he was pretty well aware of what was going on over there. So Don Beavers will take a bye run, and he'll come back and run for the trophy later on in the day. Scott McClay will run Ryan Pretty after Ryan comes up and takes the tree to make it official. And our semifinals at that point will be set. All right, Super Straight. Attention to pit. Super Straight. Time for you to head back this direction, please. Stock Eliminator, you can head this direction as well. Super Street and Stock Eliminator. Come one, come all. And give Dean a little assistance getting off the racetrack down there. Tell you, I'm not. Somebody actually sent me a text and said you're making. I'm not making that up. Woman was in a car accident, sued for £650,000. That's English money. Claimed she had back injuries, could barely get out of bed, couldn't work, couldn't do anything. And then they showed a video of her winning a Christmas tree throwing contest in court. And the court said, yeah, sorry. No soup for you. That's really stupid. That's just really stupid. Oh, look, here's big news. Somebody got a picture of Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift holding hands. Haven't they been dating for like almost a year? I guess if they're dating for almost a year and still holding hands, maybe that is news these days. Well, I mean, I've got friends that have been married for 15 years but haven't spoken 10, so they don't spend a lot of time holding hands. I saw something else here that I thought was monumentally stupid. I'm trying to find it again. It just never ceases to amaze me that some people can be so monumentally stupid. It's like, we went to a street takeover. Stupid. We took videos. Stupid. We put them on our Facebook page. Stupid. We can't figure out how the cops found us. How about because you're stupid? Yeah, well. Something else stupid will turn up, I promise. It always does. So Ryan Pretty rolling up now. Former world champ on a solo run. We know that he's going to run Scott McClay in the next round. We know that he's going to take the tree and run it down there a little past half track and shut it off. And we know the motorcycles are pulling into the water box, getting ready for their next round of competition. Super Street and Stock Eliminator. Super Street and Stock. You need to be rolling into the lanes, please. Click. 697, 144 miles an hour, just easing on down the boulevard. Ryan Pretty is currently locked in a battle with Paul Mitzos. They are fighting to be named second best driver of the Mountain View team behind Brina. Yep. Paul and Ryan are battling it out for second best driver on the team behind Brina. Motorcycles battling it out for points here at the second race of the season after Tom Patterson won race one. But then out early today. And here comes the first pair, second round. Eric Jaquith, Clayton Howie. Eric on the left side, Clayton on the right side. They both have the same theory of best way to go fast. Stretch out the swing arm. Don't need no wheelie bar. Red light. No, 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 no. Eric. Fourth thou. Red. Wow. You think Clayton was taking this seriously? How about 008 dead 5? Way to go, Pop-Tart. Jaquith goes 52.8 on the 53. He was fourth out too quick at this side. Too quick down the racetrack, but those two both were dialed hard, playing hard. Now it's going to be Sean Phipps in the left and David Ochoa in the right. And again, a couple of stretched out swing arm, no bar bikes. Difference in handicap's going to see the left lane leave first by a little over a bulb. I don't know how many race fans know this, but delay boxes on a bike really are a thing. You got a full tree. Sometimes you watch it and it'll drop the clutch. There it is. When that top bulb comes on. And then it's just like duck down and get ready to go because the bike's going to leave when it's supposed to leave. Off the mark first, Phipps. To the starting or to the finish line first, Phipps. One above the dial, Phipps. Winner! Sean Phipps. Dave Ochoa goes 032 on the tree and 888 on the track, and that just wasn't enough. So Sean making it happen. Here comes Paul Silvis in the left side. And over on the right side is Justin Willison, the first wheelie bar bike we've seen this round. Justin was the number one qualifier with a 002 light, had a 006 in the last round. If he can keep that string of 00s going, he is going to be hard to guard. $875 for the win for Paul Silvis. Justin kept his reaction string going. He was 002 again, but the bike fell off a 10th. And that left the door open for Paul. So Paul's going to come back. We're down in semifinals. He's going to run Sean. Eric going to run the champ because Tom Medlin on the starting line right here with the solo. Final call, Super Street. Final call, Stock Eliminator. As Top Sportsman rolls around the corner into the water box. All right, Tom, what do you got for me? What do you got for me? $814 on an 814. There's a reason that bike's got a number 1 on it. And we'll switch from Sportsman Motorcycle to Top Sportsman with Darren Shank and left side Craig Lyles. In the right, round number 2. Coming at you right now. Darren Shank, dial 688. Todd Lyles, 679. So less than a tenth. These two are going to be very close to each other all the way down the racetrack. Craig Lyles trying to keep lighting up those win lights. He went all the way to the winner's circle on Friday. See if we can get back to the pay window here today. No. The number's 008, the color's red, and Craig Lyles ends his win streak. Here in round number 2, Darren Shank, 691 for the win, 197 miles an hour, 681 for Craig. 190, initiated to run. Too soon, so we're going to have a new winner here this week. As Darren advances, brings up Mike Lucas in the left side. Pat Warren the right. A little bit more handicap coming at you this time, but not a ton. Not a ton. Just over a bulb, which is kind of a misnomer since everybody in this category leaves off the top anyway. This time both leave on green. Mike Lucas leaves 003 on green, and then his 736 carries the day down at the other end. 2 above the dial to stay safe. 671 for Pat War. 204 miles an hour. Couldn't catch it. Mike Lucas. Team Canada marches on to the quarters. David Cook in the Ford. Will Yakimitz in the Chevy. David with a 700 cubic inch engine. Will with a 540 cubic inch engine. David with nitrous. Will with a big old blower. And David with a birthday girl working on the wheelie bars. Will doesn't have that. Does have his bride out in front of the car, however, bringing him into the beams for the Encom machine. Let's see now. Hannah stayed in competition, right? So the Hannah's birthday wish is 2 Wallies. One for me and one for Dave. Red light. 003 R-E-D. Yakimitz. Fouls away his shot at fame, fortune, and the gold trophy. And Team Cook for Team Birthday. Continuing on, Dave Cook wins this round, and I like his chances of winning the next round. I think he's got a solid shot. Wouldn't bet against him. Got the bye run. Dan Lafferty, Greg Lair coming at you now. Number 1 qualifier, Greg Lair. Dialed in 649. Dave Lair's got the Pro Stock style Camaro. That's the teal machine. Lafferty's got the Pro Mod style Camaro. A little more stretch, a little more smoosh. It's almost like you took the car and like put your hand on the roof and just pushed it down and it smooshed out longer. Isn't that what it looks like? That's what it looks like to me. Keep pushing until you got just enough smoosh. They're in and ready. Left lane leaves first. Another red light. Well, all of a sudden we got red light-itis. Greg Lair turns on red light right side, wind light left side, 679, 003, Dan Lafferty. Greg Lair goes red and then runs dead on 4. Listen up in the pits. Oh, attention in the pits. Super Comp. I need you to the staging lanes, please. Super Comp to the staging lanes. All right. Pressure's really ramping up over there on Team Purple. The Mitzos Racing Mountain View team, because Ryan Pretty has advanced. And Ryan Pretty's teammate, Paul Mitzos down there, they are locked in a battle trying to be declared second best driver of the team. Brina's got the top spot locked down. There's not even a competition. I mean, really, you could vote if you want, but seriously, they both know. They're battling for second. Sammy Gonzalez stands in Paul's way. Gonzalez out of Albuquerque. The blue car over here on the left side. $712 the number on Sammy's window. Paul Mitzos 658. Let's just keep it green, can we? Can we? We've got a little red light-itis here in Top Sportsman. The last few pairs down the racetrack, it's more fun when you get to the race to the stripe. Well, it's not more fun if you're the guy with the green light when your opponent's red. That's fine if you're the guy with the green light. But if you're me, it's more fun to race the stripe. All right, there we go. Both drivers away on a green. Mitzos got a lot of ground to make up. Here comes Paul. Not going to get there. Wow. 714 for the win. 190 miles an hour. Both drivers are 00 on the tree. 007 Paul, 009 Sammy. Paul's car, however, didn't run the number. Sammy Gonzalez did. Sammy's going to come back, run Mike Lucas. Dave Cook with a solo. Dan and Darren on the other side. And just like this, we got Super Street. Super Comp. I need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp to the lanes. Keith Montague on the left side and Brooke Giacone in the Mustang. On the throttle stop, off the throttle stop. The classic pony with the nose out in front. 68 Nova convertible, closing, closing, closing. Not closing the deal. Wow, wow, wow. Brooke goes 005 dead 4. We call that a 9-pack. You know what Keith Montague calls that? Unbeatable. Mathematically locked out at 019 when Brooke hammers 00 dead 4. Now it's going to be Jim Gobble and Keith Downing. Keith had a pretty nice run here the other night. Went late into the rounds. Went all the way through the rounds. Went all the way to the winner's circle. Can he handle a Mustang, however? No, it looks like Mustang time. 10.903 to a 10.904. Jim Goebel was 0.14 on the tree, and Keith was 0.23. That's the difference in that one. Jim Goebel for the win. And we're going to have a new winner in Super Straight. As we get Cody Robinson in the left side and Mike DeCarolis in the right. The Attitude Adjustment Chevy Nova and the Gen 2 Chevy Camaro. And they're off. Winner gets to run the Mustang coming up in the next round. Brooke Giacone awaits, and Brooke Giacone in the next round is going to line up next to Mike DeCarolis. How about a 008 1091? I'll call that 18 total. Cody was 15 on the tree, had a little window, little chance, but 1093 wouldn't do it. So we're going to put Mike in against Brooke in the quarterfinals. Now it's going to be Kenny Snow. Kenny was a donut winner earlier in the weekend, and Jimmy G. Jimmy Galante for racetrans.com. We got a Ford, we got a Chevy, we got a Mustang, we got a Nova, we got green lights times 2. We got, wow, a 3-pack. Kenny Snow goes 001, take 002 to be dead 2. Come and get you some of that. Anybody want to mess with Kenny right now? 001 taking 002 to be dead 2. That is mean. Mean. Jimmy Galante, 040, 1086. Couldn't get, like nothing. Had nothing. James Brown rolling in now. Picked up one of the shootouts. W.W. Williams. Brand new car. We've been talking about it all weekend. And James said, man, I love that thing. He said, I just bought it. Really? I love it too. Daryl Bostrick over on the right side. Rolled down here from Colorado in his Fox Body Mustang. Be part of the Division 7 double. Always watch the cars. Always watch the cars. See if you can tell which one jumps first on the starting line. In that case, it was pretty clear. Oh, no, but the win's going to go to Brown. Bostick left first by a half an hour. Goes 1086. Brown got down there and just backed up. It's like, you want the stripe, take the stripe. It ends up being a double breakout, but James, who I really thought was under the wheels of the bus right there, able to pull it out down at the other end. Bostwick's going to be hating life when he sees it. Nick Presimone on the left side. John Bianco on the right side. Final pair this round. Stock Eliminator in the water. Super Comp. Super Comp. You should be there. Super Stock. Super Stock. Come on down. Super Stock to the lanes, please. John Bianco on the red light.
Breath mint?
Is that a hint?
Breath mint?
Nick Presimone gets the win. 1089. All he had to do was turn it green. He turned it green, so Nick will come back. He'll run Jim Goebel in the Mustang. And Mike DeCarolis is going to take on Brooke Giacone. Another Ford Chevy matchup. And James Brown taking on, well, isn't that something? All three of our matchups feature Ford versus Chevrolet. Super Stock. Super Stock, I need you to the lanes, please. Super Stock to the lanes. Speaking of Ford versus Chevrolet, if I told you could drive one of these home, which would you take? There's no wrong answer. I think you'd have better luck driving the Camaro home because Dennis Alvey's got the ginormous front rollout tires on it, and it makes it difficult to turn corners. It makes the car a little faster, but it makes it difficult to turn corners. 428 4-speed Mustang. That's Dennis Alvey. Mike Williams in the Camaro. Got small block under the hood. His D automatic. But a couple of really cool classics from way back in the day. Both of them clean green, down and away. Head start, Williams. Chase, Alvey. Chevy out in front, Ford coming. Chevy out in front, Ford coming. Chevy out in front, taking a win. 1076, 118 to speed. Dennis Alvey never caught him. He was 097, letting the clutch out, and that kind of put him on the back foot right off the step. So Mike Williams will take the Chevrolet on into the next round as Chad Langdon rolls in, and his 1970 340 Barracuda. The Clay Smith cams. It's just great to see Chad Langdon healthy and back behind the wheel of the car. A couple of years ago, he had some pretty serious health issues. Just great to see him back on track. Robert Sevy's over there in the Firebird. Pretty cool car that he rolls in here with. 400 cubic inch Pontiac under the hood of that thing as he turns the 340 loose. And now we'll try to catch him. .016 on the tree, Chad. 10 or 11:35 on the track, Chad. Wind light, Chad. Coming back later, Chad. What can I do to make your life better? Oh, I thought you were waiting on me.
No.
Oh, good. Here comes Jared Jordan. In the left side, Brandon Phillips. Jared, who got to celebrate with his mom for winning the Super Stock round a little bit earlier. He's going to get this back and get in the other car. She wants 2 trophies for her birthday. No pressure or anything. Brandon Phillips over on the right side. In the Formula Firebird. A automatic, B automatic. Not a whole lot of handicap here. That much as the tree counts down. Down to the finish line they go. Will it be the newer Pontiac? Will it be? No, it will be Jared Jordan dead on one. Brandon Phillips had a 009 reaction time and needed to back up. Jared went down there and parked 1045 at 118 miles an hour. How much brake pedal do you think that was? Lots of it. That's like LOB, lots of brake. Jared gets the win on the breakout by Brandon Phillips. Melanie Cox down the left side, and Brother Tony, factory stock A, factory stock B. The Chevrolet's got a 427 under the hood, free breathing through the throttle body. The Ford's got a blower force feeding that Coyote down there, and the Calvert Racing Cobra Jet. New generation, horsepower and performance at its finest. Brother Tony on one side, Melanie on the other. We got Chevy, we got Ford, we got Tony, we got Mel, we got 918 on the 914. Tony DeFrank, 142 the speed, 899 for Melanie Cox. Melanie sat on the bulb a little bit, and it cost her that time. She's been doing a great job on the starting line. That time she missed it, and that time she paid for it. So Tony DeFrank is going to come back and run the winner of this match right here. Either Shelby Williams and the K&N Moser Engineering Gen 2 Camaro, or Justin Hutto over on the right side. That's a 427 powered chrome bumper Corvette. That's a really cool car. Really cool car. Hutto rolling in here out of Texas. Shelby out of California. Classic Chevys a pair. 427 on one side, 350 on the other. Handicap head start's going to go to the Camaro. Deep breath. Bump in. Up against two-step. And both drivers leave on green. Shelby takes the head start. She's off and running. 427 angry cubic inches of Corvette. At the back bumper, at the door, at the front fender, at the front bumper. Got there. 993. 128 to speed. 1076 for Shelby. They both run one over the dial. Justin Hutto had about 6 in his pocket on the reaction timer and called that the margin of victory. Justin Hutto will return, and it'll be his 427 against Tony DeFrank's 427 when we come back for the quarterfinals. Now we've got Jody Lang and Dwayne Scheitlen. Jody Lang with a 305 powered Malibu wagon. Remember what I said about the big front wheels on Dennis Alvey's car? Here's the other side of the equation. Look at Jody Lang. Dwayne Scheitlen, that's a 440 6-pack Dodge Challenger. Now, if you had a 440 six-pack Dodge Challenger, how much would you not want to have to go back to work and tell everybody you got beat by a Malibu wagon? And guess what? Dwayne just got beat by a Malibu wagon. Jody Lang, better on the starting line, 2 above the dial. That's a winner. Dwayne Scheitland, again, also 2 above the dial. You look at the difference at the start, the difference at the finish. Jody Lang won it mostly on the starting line. So it'll be Jody and Chad in the next round. And here comes a biggie. It's 2 for 1. Parker Theobald and Phil Mandela. The PMR machine, SS396. The Theobald Cuda, 440. 1 year only. 1969, 440 A-body, Barracuda. That's why I love stock eliminator. Love the cars. Love the classics. Love them out here, running full C, down to the stripe. Pick a winner, Parker Theobald. 1086 making it happen. 114 to speed. 1131 for Mandela, 110, and he just couldn't get there. So Parker will come back, take himself a free ride. Come on and get your free ride. Jared Jordan gonna run Mike Williams. Tony DeFrank takes on Justin Hutto in the 427 battle, and Chad Langdon's Cuda against Jody Lang's wagon. It's dragster time. It's super comp time. It's Johnny Moto time. Super stock. And top dragster to the lanes, please. Super stock, you should be there. Top dragster to the staging lanes.
Thank you, Alan Reinhardt. Here we got the next pair, this pair in the Super Comp category. Tanner Theobald. He coming out of that Firebird lane, left side of the racetrack here at Firebird Motorsports Park. James Melton. He in the right side. That's the Radford Racing School side of the racetrack. So the Melton Racing. You got the PPE, Panhandle Performance engines on the side of that dragster. Division 4. Tanner Theobald got that number 4 plate on his dragster. Had a great 2023 season. Hoping to get a round win here. Melton standing in his way in this round. Top end. Win, right lane, dead on 7. James Melton with a better reaction time. Taking a stripe by 14 thou. Tanner Theobald runs an 8.913. And again, the right side, James Melton for the win. Next pair, Mitch Marcy, Farmington, New Mexico. Jason Flatt out of the right side. The machine shop on the side of his car out of West Jordan, Utah. Manufacturing engineers. So Jason and Jared teaming up with that machine. Mitchell Marcy bringing out a fleet of cars. In fact, they've been out here for 2 straight weekends. Also being involved in the Summit Series. And this time, Mitch Marcy goes red by 4 thou in the Firebird lane. Right side of the racetrack, Jason Flatt, 003, runs an 89 with a 7. That was a 6-pack. He's seen his win light on, so he tested the water at the top end, runs an 889.7. But a great lead by Jason Flatt, not so good for Mitch Marcy, going red by 4 thou.
Super Cup already?
Yeah, where's the rest of these Super Cup? I know we're not. Was that semis? Or quarters? No. I think we got a lot more than that. Help us out now. We don't want to turn the lights on tonight, do we, Matt? No. No lights. All right. Boy, I hope we don't take that much time between each pair of cars, or we will be in trouble. Amber Escobedo. Yeah, it's Lorton's sister. Uh-huh. Chelsea Moore in the right lane. The copper and black machine. So Chelsea inching forward, puts the pre-stage on. Here comes Amber. A couple young ladies going to be doing battle. See who goes to the next round in this Super Comp category. 890 Index Racing. Got a winged dragster, Chelsea, right? Amber, non-winged. Winner to the next round. Dead on 9 was Chelsea Moore in the right lane. Good lead for Amber. Had an 011 light, ran a 94 with a 2 at the top end. But it's Chelsea Moore in the right side going to that next round. Next pair of Super Comp dragsters, Chad Weber and Trey Vetter. So Trey Vetter going to be in that Radford School side of the racetrack. It's Chad Weber doing his burnout. Chad Weber out of Kingman, Arizona, a machinist up there. And he, of course, at the Sherway Engine and Machine Shop in Kingman. So the dragsters lead the line. Super Comp's the category. $898 won, 144 Trey Vetter and Chad Weber with problems. Man, I'll tell you, goes through 1181, but man, Trey Vetter is glancing over his shoulder. I think Trey Vetter's going to have to get right back to his pit because he's got to be coming up in a category that's called right now. We're going to probably want to go out there and take a look at the racetrack. Chad Weber. So again, they're going to take a quick look, make sure nothing's on the racetrack as we have our next pair, Bill Dennis and Travis Theobald, preparing to make their runs in this round of Super Comp. I want to give a shout out to the folks, Time Bandit Performance and FNH Production, offering an opportunity for you when you go back to check out today's racing on YouTube, Trackside Live, or call your friends. Say, hey, check us out, Trackside Live, YouTube, Time Bandit Performance and FNH Production. Attention in the pits. We need top dragster. Top dragster. You could come on down. So actually what they're going to do is back him up as he came to a stop along the side of the wall. So they're going to back him up to the junior dragster gate to shorten his trip back to his pit area. That junior dragster gate's going to be left open next weekend because they're going to have a junior dragster divisional out here. Kids from all over the western United States are going to hit the racetrack here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Do you announce those, Johnny? Do they call you like, Uncle John or Grandpa John or something like that?
No, they could call me Grandpa John. No, I'm not sure who the announcer is going to be for that next weekend.
Well, like, you ever go down to Division II? They got Uncle Homer.
Uncle Homer?
I'm telling you, the kids all love him. And, he goes out and, like, gives away balloons and has fun and, calls them out when they pop their parachutes. And
that's a cool deal.
I figured you'd be like the perfect Uncle Johnny at the juniors.
Uncle
like,
John. I'd be singing Uncle John's band.
You could hand out, Werther's candies because, that'd be kind of a grandpa thing, right?
Yeah.
Or
It would be neat.
Or a Chris Karamazini thing.
I'm liking your donut thing, man. It's a cool deal. I know all the racers that come up here are really appreciative of the fact they get a shout out with a trip zip.
Well, who doesn't like donuts?
Oh, absolutely.
And if you don't, I'm sure you'll find somebody that will take them off your hands.
Absolutely.
The best part is stuff like, Shelby Williams coming up to get them for her dad. Now, do you think they made them all the way back to Steve?
Wow.
I guarantee you, Davey Adams coming to pick them up, those didn't make them all the way back to where they were going.
I don't know, though, with Shelby. If she didn't bring them back, Steve might be like, where is the donuts, Grandpa John. Give it up, Jeff. Travis Theobald, Bill Dennis. Jeff Jackson out there listening in, hanging around the garage, working on his car. They're working on the racetrack, and working a little better was Bill Dennis. Bill Dennis, 891 with a 7, 175 for the win. Had a 15 light. Travis Theobald was a little off on a leave. Runs through with an 893. He out of here in this round of Super Comp. Timothy Schuster. The Schuster racing machine up against the Logan War, Erda, Utah-based machine. Buddy and Karen Wood. Shout out to from the War team. It's going to be a red and black and gray machine for the win. There's no doubt about that. Which one will it be is the question. Will it be Logan War or Timothy Schuster? Red light, Logan War. Logan War with an 888 at 179 went red by 3 thou. If I'm not mistaken, I could have swore Timothy Schuster, when he seen the red light come on, he started celebrating at about 30 feet out. Tim Schuster, 885 would have won. So Bill Weber. Allen likes that wing. It's a cool looking wing. I like it. Isaac Stetner, the non-winged machine. He said, I don't need no stinking wing. I want to get the win. Super Comp. Green, both machines. Stetner out front. Weber trying to chase him down. Didn't catch him, but got the win. It was Isaac Stetner taking too much stripe. Took 16 at the top. Had a 12 light, but Weber gets the win. 8.936, 165. Justin Morris from Pomona, California. Damon Bustamante, the black, gray, flamed machine. wonder if it's just me or is the pace just really dropping? Come on now. Maybe it's this cloudy day. Pick it up. Pick it up. I'll tell you what. I know 2 drivers that are picking it up right now. Is it going to be Damon Bustamante? Dead on 4? No. Justin Morris, 891 with a 2. Taking a stripe by 2 thousandths and getting that round win over the Bustamante machine. The Intimidator. This is going to be interesting here because I'm sure these guys have squared off numerous times. Out of Modesto, California, is Glenn Kern. Steve Williams, the K&N Filters machine in that left lane. The car can run 192 miles an hour. So you don't really want to worry about a wheel thing up there when a guy's charging down on you that hard. But I got a feeling Glenn Kern's not going to look over his shoulder and worry about the Intimidator, Steve Williams. If he does, he's in trouble. Now look at that. Throttle stops on. Look at it. He's still, now he turns it on. High mile an hour, trying to put a wheel out in front of Glenn Kern. Can he do it? No. Kern, both machines run 894. Triple zip. Another bag of donuts. Did Kern get a bag of donuts already? Is this his second bag of donuts? Nope, first. Trip zip. Glenn Kern for the win. 894 with a 3. 894.7. Steve Williams. Cool deal there. Ty Lafferty from Oklahoma. Sunoco Race Fuels in the side of his machine. Kevin Wright. He out of the Radford lane. Working down the racetrack. Who's going to get the win? Give it to the right. Kevin Wright. 891.8, 175. Breaking out by 4 thousandths. Ty Lafferty. 0.11 reaction time for Wright. Gave him an opportunity to get that round win. And then next pair, Jerron Settles out of Maryland in one of the Weens machine. Val Torres out of La Puente, California, in the right side. Top dragster's been called, and Super Gas, we need you. Top dragster, Super Gas. So Gabe Torres, right lane. Jerron Settles in the left. Top end winner. Jerron Settles, both machines breaking out. It was Settles breaking out by 2. It was Gabe breaking out by 7. So it's Jerron going to the next round. Gabe is out. Now here's Val Torres. Just watched his son come up on the short side of the previous run. Tanner Thorpe. If he wants to double up this weekend, he's got to get by Val Torres. He got the win in the first race. He's working on Torres. Looks like Torres out front, but he does not get the win. 893 with a 0. 013 light for Tanner Thorpe out of Midland, Texas. 2 pair. And 2 Torreses go out. 892.3, 166 for Vale. So it's Tanner Thorpe carrying on in his pursuit of the double up. Here we're going now with our super stock category. Super stock car. The Maddox machine, Billy Maddox, 68 Dart. He in the bye run. So it's Billy Maddox, 944 at 114 for the win. Next pair in the super stock category is going to feature John Dorley and Jody George. So it's John Dorley, 70 Duster, left lane, but the blues, the whites, and that 90 Oldsmobile. Cool machine, right lane. GTL automatic. Nice, wheels up charge, Dorley. He's got to try and get in front of that Oldsmobile of Jody George. Working on him. And the winner is right lane, Jody George for the win. So Jody George with that 1089 on an 88 for the win. John Dorley dead on 8, but he was behind in a leave, and Jody George takes the win. Top dragster, final call. So Jody George knows he's going to have to square off against one of these two drivers. Will it be the Jared Jordan machine? Julie hopes so. The birthday girl. Here comes Justin Lamb out of Henderson, Nevada. And it was Jared Jordan who went red. So Justin Lamb for the win and goes against Jody George in the next round of Super Stock. Evan Kowalski. Going up against Larry Zavala. Larry Zavala, right side of the racetrack. The Zavala and Sons, 87 Camaro. Riverside Transmission Center, sponsors of the Evan Kowalski machine with the Cobalt. And it is a beautiful, beautiful machine. Side by side, top end. Winner is, with a 906, Evan Kowalski. He was looking for that 03 and got it. Zavala runs through it, a 988, dead on 3. He was behind in a leave. And Evan Kowalski to the next round. This pair, William Devey. Well, evidently, Brina Splinger not showing. Interesting. That's really great running cars. So surprised something might have happened and not been able to make the round. So Devey says, yeah, I'll go with it. So Devey works his way down the racetrack, looking for a 48, dead on 4. So I guess Brina could look back on that and say, well, maybe it was cool because he ran a dead-on number. Here's Tibor Kadar. I like this Chevy, too. I like the flames. I love flames. You know, Eric Reyes is out here. He's one of the most famous flame painters of all time. Trey Vetter in the right lane. The Camaro. Tibor, Super Stock H automatic. SSF automatic in the right lane. Right lane's going to try and chase down Tibor. Look at that wheel stand. I think that's the best wheel stand we've seen in this round. So Trey Vetter, Tibor Kadar, and it's Trey Vetter for the win. So Trey Vetter running through with a 971, dead on 1. Tibor Kadar just missed his dial by 11 thou. Taking a stripe by 2 thou, and more importantly, Trey Vetter taking the round win. So William Devey's going to go up against Evan Kowalski, and Billy Maddox going up against Trey Vetter, while Justin Lamb's going to square off against Jody George in the next round of Super Stock. We're not gassing and going yet, but hey, you racers, when we call you, do come as quickly as possible. We'd appreciate it. We are so anxious. I mean, we are so anxious to hand out these Wallies. Again, a shout out to the Time Bandit Performance, FNH production crew, for providing an opportunity for you to check us out on YouTube. Trackside Live. Check us out. So getting ready to bring our next category out. There's Cheryl. Get ready. Super gas. Attention in the pits. Super gas. Super gas to the lanes. Come on down, super gas. So got the rotator dragster coming out. Top dragster getting ready to come out, so they're going to do a little massaging on the racetrack. Got that rotator dragster, got the kick broom out there, trying to keep this track as clean as possible. Got a lot of bite, great day. Kind of overcast. It's kind of good, keeping that track temp down. So Super Gas should be making her way to the Jeff Conley, top dragster. So Hannah Cook coming out of that left lane. This is a twofer. Go right to the semifinals. Big win here for one of these two drivers. The Mesa-based Landmark Iron Machine, Hannah Cook, the Cook Racing out of Novato, California. Top dragsters. How about that? You dial to 632 and you leave first. Jeff Conley looking for a 610. I think he ran a 606 in the previous round, but the machine in the left, in the other lane, went red. Oh. This time, Conley goes red. And Hannah Cook gets the win. Hannah was dialed right. She was looking for a 32, runs a 33 for the win. Next pair, Brianna Weens and Taylor Weens. And look at Ted. He stands right in the middle. Yesterday he was like standing behind one car or the other, but now they're squaring off. This is big. Brianna left, Taylor right. The Weens family racing. Like 1,200 separating the two on their dials. Left lane's going to leave first. Beautiful, a couple of spectacular cars going at it. The way the ladder shook down, had to square off. Got to meet somewhere. Taylor's in. Brianna's in. Whoa. Brianna with a 653, dead on one. 208. Boy, I'll tell you what, she hit the trans brake. The car just rolled back. The lights went out, and she got... That was a sad thing there for the Taylor machine, but Brianna goes on.
Can you guys start making announcements if they're not, if they leave their race between this race and junior divisional, they can go in gate 3 plus C?
Hey, if you're going to be racing the junior event next weekend, you got to take your machine off of the racetrack side, out of these pits, and you can go out to gate number 3. Go in there and you're going to see some rigs stacked up out in the gate 3 area, and that's where you could park your machine. So again, you can't leave your rigs in the pit area on the left, on this side of the racetrack. Don London, Mallory Reese. Don London, Lake Havasu. Don and Connie London's machine. London Racing. Hurricane Racing. Sam Schoolcraft helps him out with the machine. So it's London, it's Reese. Number 3 qualifier. He's dialed at a 615. Previous round, he was looking for a 614, ran a 615. It's a little warmer out there. London on the chase. Mallory out front. Your winner is Mallory Reese. Mallory runs 6:55, 2:07. Better reaction time. Don London with a 6:18 at 2:26. So Mallory to the next round. Dylan Haug. Super Gas, your last call. Dylan Haug's going to square off against Brianna Weens the next round. Hannah Cook going right to the next round. Motorcycle and Top Sportsman. Comp and motorcycle. Mr. Bags. Dylan Haug. Good thing he didn't square off against anybody. He only threw down a 7-13. Only kidding. You know he was just testing the tree. Just backed out of it at the top end. He knows he's going up against Brianna Weens. It's Chad Axford in the right lane. It's Cody Weber in the left. Cody Weber, another one of the Kingman-based Sherway Engine and Machine Shop sponsored dragsters. So Chad Axford looking for a 7:05. The red machine in the right lane. Going to be leaving first. Cody Weber going to try and track him down and run a 6:56. The winner gets Mallory Reese. Green, both machines. Axford out front, Weber charging, got him. Dead on zero. Wow, got the stripe by 4th out. I thought Weber was in trouble. A 15 light for Axford, but it was Weber for the win. Super Gas coming out. Got one by run, no free rides. Dan Moore, left lane. Right side, Brad Pierce, 58 Corvette. Looking for that 990 number. Who's going to get it? Radford Lane, Firebird side. It is Brad Pierce taking the stripe, breaking out. And the winner, 991, 167, is Dan Moore with that Camaro, the 67 model, to the next round in Super Gas. We got the Trenton Langen machine. Out of the right side, the 27 Ford, Paul Lorton. Paul Lorton with his Roadster. His sister, you know, looking on. So Paul, Trenton. The Lorton family racing. They let go of the buttons. Off they go. Green, both machines. Top end. Langen out front. Lorton on the chase. Lorton for the win. Lorton, 994, 146. Top end at 998 at 140 for Trenton Langen. Margin at the stripe, 24th thou. A couple of Corvettes. That 2000 model, Jerry Denton in the right side. Real busy paint scheme on his machine. Kevin Romfo out of that left side with that 57 model machine. Green, both Corvettes. The winner, 992.5, 152 for Jerry Denton. 994, 153 for Kevin Romfo. 14th thou, margin of victory for the Denton machine at the top end. Here we got a Vega 72 model. Cool, I like the scheme. That solid burgundy into the checkered design. Back to the whites. Cordero says, I got a pretty cool looking car. Yep, that 63 Roadster out of Goleta, is cool. Kitty looks on. Carrie, they're hopeful. As is the Primo machine in that Radford lane. All right. Man, Corvette better turn it loose. And he is charging hard. Here comes Cordero. Got him. 993, 155. Hank Primo was way out front. And man, that hard charging Corvette came down and got him. Like a cat on a rat. 10:05, 118 for Hank Primo. Cordero to the next round. Daytona. Kenneth Yeoman, Christopher Nafziger. Chris and Jim Nafziger teaming up with that 03 Corvette in the left. The Daytona. Kenneth Yeoman's going to get the win. Nafziger, 6th out red. So the win light on, right lane, Yeoman running it through. 989 with a 2, 161. 996 for the red lighting. Nafziger machine out of Henderson, Nevada in that Firebird lane. Here's the Chevy 2, 66 model, Greg Ventura. He out of Corona, California. The Ryan Smith machine, that Falcon, the 61 model, out of Arizona City. Final call, Comp, Motorcycle, and Top Sportsman. Final call, Comp, Motorcycle, and Top Sportsman. Come on down. Working on the racetrack. Super Gas the category. 990 the number. Top end winner. Right lane, dead on 990 with a 2. Ryan Smith taking a stripe by 6th out, taking a win over Greg Ventura with that 66 Chevy 2. Gary McNaughton, the birthday boy, up against the Corvette of John and Allison McCone. Out of Clovis, California, car and motorsports dealer. Right now, he's thinking of dealing with that McNaughton machine out of Lawndale, California, and trying to get the win. The games begin. Top end. Winner picker, John McCone. Allison, she be smiling, 991.8, 157. The birthday boy out in the round, 995, 148. Pete Zach, John Filippi. Filippi with that Vega. The Corvette, left lane, Pete Zach out of Torrance, California. He's won here before. Will he get by the Filippi machine? You know Melissa hopes so. Oh, red light. So Zach, left lane, red. How about John Phillips? He getting the win in the right lane, had a 001 reaction time. Throws down in 990 with a 6. So a 7-pack. And Pete Zach went red by 4th out. Ran an 89 with a 1. Val Torres and Laureen Rogers. Torres, the Corvette in the left. Laureen Rogers, Seligman, Arizona. Laureen, Ed Johnson, and Brad Rogers teaming up with that Corvette on the right side. Torres on the throttle stop a little longer. Charging hard. It's going to be a Corvette. Which one? Torres. Couple of 993s. How about a 993 with a 9 for Val Torres with a win? How about coupling that with a 002 reaction time? Lorene Rogers with an 015 light. Not a bad leave, but couldn't get it done at the top end with Torres taking a stripe by 13 thou. Here's the Maui style. I look at this and I think pina colada. You know what I mean? Dave Gotts, Grand Am. Or a surfboard. Or a girl in a bikini. How about all three? Wow. So it's Gotts making his way down the racetrack. In the Firebird lane, Gotts time 9.916. Speed of 167. That concludes that round of the Super Gas. Well, I'm doing pretty fair. I got 2 motorcycles. We should have comp. We should have top sportsman.
Better have.
We better have.
Comp's supposed to be out next.
We're not down to the final in motorcycle, I don't think, Alan, are we? Oh, yeah, there's 3. All right.
Down to the semis.
Semifinals, though. Wow, who's going to go to the dance floor? We're going to find out here real soon in the motorcycle category.
And comp also.
And in competition eliminator. So a couple of categories we're going to find out. Let me check out this bunch up in the grandstands over there. Yeah. You know, you're the only guy without a hat of your bunch. You with the blue T-shirt on. That's you. Yep, talking about you. Your head's just burning up, man. I'm telling you. He says, I don't care. Take it easy on me. You know, if you'd have been out yesterday, I was giving away hats, but do I have any hats up here? No, I don't have nothing. But I know Chucky Priestley probably still out here hawking hats. So motorcycles coming into the lanes.
Comp Eliminator ought to be here. Motorcycles are there. Because motorcycles, like I said, you only have to put out a half a call from them and they come running. Top Sportsman.
Super straight. I got top sportsman.
You are there. That's good news. Super straight. Super straight. Come on down. Hey, listen up. All drivers, especially when you're over here on the east side of the track, when we're calling you for class now, come all the way up to the crosswalk. We've gotten the numbers down to the point that we don't have to stop and pair them up back at the back of the staging lane. So when we call you, come all the way up to the crosswalk. As Johnny mentioned earlier, anybody that wants to leave their rig here, if you're going to be here for the juniors next weekend, no problem leaving it here, but you just have to relocate. They've got a stacking area over on the west side of the racetrack. You can't leave your rigs in the pits over here on the east side of the track. And if you're going to stay the night, that's no problem. They just need to have the east side pits cleared out by noon tomorrow. If you want to leave the rig here, just take it out, go to gate 3, pull back in. You'll see where the stacking area is over there. You can leave everything. So fly home, fly back, or take your runaround car home, bring your runaround car back instead of dragging the thing. Or if you want to go to Gainesville, Gainesville easy. If you don't know how to get to Gainesville from here, go out, Wild Horse Pass, turn right. When you get on the interstate, turn right, exit Gainesville, and you'll be there. You only got to make 2 turns so that you can't possibly get lost. And then it's easy coming back, too. When you leave Gainesville, you get on Interstate 10 and go west and then just exit at the Fairplex.
And if you hit the water,
No problem.
not too far, turn around. I thought it was funny.
Unfortunately, it's that little gap in the middle.
But you can't get lost. I mean, you make 2 turns and you're there.
I had to take 3 days to do it, though. It's the 3-day part of it that's bad. Of course, that's if you got a CDL. I mean, if you don't have no stinking CDL, you could probably make it in, 24 hours straight, just jump on it, right?
I went to a seminar for the electronic driver's logs, the EDL thing. I'm sitting there and everybody's going through this and going through that. And I said, can I apply for 2 of them? And he said, why would you need 2 of them? And I said, well, there have been a few times I needed 2 logbooks. The guy didn't think that was funny at all. No sense of humor whatsoever.
Electronic logbooks are fun. I remember pulling into a truck stop one night, but I had like a minute and a half left and was going to go red on me. They're cool. And then they were asking me the next morning when I woke up, why were you parked crooked? I had to shut the baby off or I was in trouble.
All right, looks like Comp is getting ready to roll around a corner. Bikes are over there. They got helmets on, ready to go, right behind Comp. Top Sportsman is all loaded in. Super Street, come on down. Super Street to the lanes. We're just about to gas and go time, but when you do win, get them back to the pits and get ready, because it's not going to be long before we call them back up, and it won't be long before we'll be doing the whole gas and go thing, so be ready. Let me get this done, because I'm going home this evening. I got a couple things to do tonight. And 48 hours at home, and then whoosh, bang, off to Gainesville.
Yes. Yep. Firebird. Thank you.
Do want to say hi to the guys at the Qatar Racing Club that are watching along on the live stream.
Well, that's cool.
Got a note from them earlier in the day. I said you should have invited me over. I could watch and call it for you live. You ever been in one of those movie theaters where you you make a reservation and you're sitting in a Lazy Boy and like literally you can like order a cheeseburger? Have you ever been to one of those places?
Yeah, and they bring you have
Right.
food and everything. Man, that's cool.
They have a section like that at the Qatar Racing Club.
All right. Do they have like cocktail waitresses and everything like that?
No, alcohol's not a big deal over there, but
okay.
they
You mean
They
you
do
couldn't
have-
find a Budweiser over there?
oh no, I could find that.
Oh, okay.
No.
You can find that anywhere.
Anywhere. Don Beaver is going to solo his way to his 6th career final round, and then we'll figure out who he's going to race. The Ford Probe. Neat little race car. Cutting edge machine, Rocky Mountain Distributors. A couple things Don does in his spare time. Wow, that thing cranked the tire. I'm going to hope that was an experiment, and then he'll go back to what he knows works, because that thing really cranked the tire off the starting line. 11,747, 80 miles an hour for Don Beavers. But he's in the final, and we're about to figure out who he's going to race. Super Street, final call. Final call, Super Street. First call, stock eliminator. Come on down. We should have 7 cars still alive in stock. First call, stock eliminator, and come right on up to the crosswalk, please. Come up and meet the crossing guard. Actually, Heather would make a good crossing guard. Did she have a stop sign down there? Have her down there, when the kids come by, you can walk out and stop traffic and let them.
Well, I'll tell you what, when she yells, you want to stop in your tracks.
I don't want her yelling at me. As far as I know, she's never yelled at me. Or maybe she did, and I'm just too deaf to hear it after being at the racetrack for my whole life.
Huh?
I love both of you guys.
Did you hear that? She said she loves both of you guys. Heather did.
Scott McClay pulling in the right side.
Did he ever get his donuts?
Not yet. He had to go back and race.
Oh, okay.
Giving away so many donuts, I think I'm going to be giving away Twinkies here before it's over with. I got a guy that said, don't worry, we'll get somebody to make a donut run for you, but then he didn't deliver.
Do you want me to send somebody?
The small block Dodge and the Econo dragster of Scott McClay on the right side. Dealing with an index 777, which is pretty fun numbers as long as you're not betting the don'ts. Ryan Pretty on the other side. The Mountain View Performance car dealing with an index 703. I'm just doing the math in my head, but that's about a bulb and a half head start going to go to the red car. And then a purple car will be on the chase. And there's a blue car that waits in the final. Stock Eliminator, come on down. I need you staging lanes, please. Winner will run for the trophy a little later on in the day. Ryan Pretty hammers the Christmas tree at 005 and then goes 6:51.5. He's going to get the win. He's going to take a little bit of an index nudge on the way there, but he is going to get the win. Scott McClay goes 7:29 at 182 miles an hour. He was legging her out trying to hold on, but Ryan Pretty will come back and run Don Beavers for the trophy. Clayton Howey and Tom Medlin now, as we are down to our final four Sportsman motorcycles. So the winner here runs for the trophy. Medlin, the reigning champ over there on the right side, trying to get some early season points. Clayton Howey trying to stop him. The bar bike against the no bar bike. Watch Tom Medlin's clutch hand if you can see it over here on the left hand. He actually leaves off the top. There's a delay box on that bike, believe it or not. And he needed 4 thou more. 004 red is Tom Medlin, Clayton Howey. Free trip to the final, 8:48. 157 miles an hour, 8:17 on the 15 for Medlin, but 004 red. So Clayton Howey will run either Sean Phipps or Paul Silvis. And how about the fact that we're going to be all stretched out no bar bikes? $873 the prediction for Paul. $953 the prediction for Sean. 0.8. Almost a full second. We're in and ready. Both drivers off on green, working their way through the gears. High gear now. Paul Silva's closing in, but he's running out of room. He didn't get there. Sean goes 9:55. Couple that with a 008 light. That's a winner. Paul Silva's goes 8:76. But he also missed the tree, and he was not getting there. So Sean and Clayton in the motorcycle final round. And just like that, we're in Top Sportsman, where we have 5 cars left. Stock Eliminator, you should be there. Super Comp, let's get rolling, please. Super Comp, come right on up to the crosswalk. We'll get you patched up, paired up, matched up. So I was trying to morph those 2 words. That's how I end up with patched. David Cook going to be on the solo here. 5 cars left. And then they'll hustle back and get Hannah's car, come up. She'll be on the solo. And Top Dragster coming up in just a little bit. See if David decides to test the dial or if he just decides to hit the tree and then save the parts and pieces. I mean, I'm all for not beating up your stuff if you don't have to, but on the other hand, it's no fun shutting off. It's no fun shutting off. 671 on a 670 prediction. Dave makes it official. Darren and Dan racing for the right to come back and run the Mustang in the next round. I still think it's fascinating that we're bracket racing in the 6-second zone. I remember when a mid 6-second run for an alcohol funny car was like, holy smokes, is that fast? And now it's like, yeah, dial it in. Yeah, give that guy a head start. Yeah, we'll be fine. Not a whole lot of handicap difference, as you could see. Both drivers get away on the green. Lafferty had the better tree. Lafferty going to get the win. 6.807. That's a winner on the 679. 692 on the 691. They both run one above the dial. Dan Lafferty, 19 better on the tree. That's a winner. So Dan will come back and run Dave. And the winner of this one goes straight to the final after just making a trip to the starting line to break the beams. We got a car in the left lane all the way from Canada. We got a car in the right lane all the way from Albuquerque. Life would have been if just once Bugs Bunny had actually turned left at Albuquerque. We never would have seen the pyramids or the Nile or the Outback or any of those great places where Bugs ended up. Mike Lucas takes a head start. Sammy Gonzalez on the chase. Can't catch him. Can't catch him. 7:36.0 for the win by 3 thousandths of a second. Gonzalez was 006 on the tree and still couldn't catch him. Comes up 3 thou short. Mike Lucas for the win. And Mike Lucas will solo his way to the final. Here comes Super Straight. Super Comp, I need you to the lanes, please. Super Comp. To the lanes. Pull all the way up. You're missing a stalker? I hate that. Super Straight or Jim Goebel. Nick Pressimone. 6 cars left. Down the stripe they go. We have a winner. It's going to be 1093 to 1095. Jim Goebel. Going to take his white Mustang into the semi-final round. Jim was better on the tree, and Jim was better on the track. 2 better on the tree, 2 better on the track. I added that up. His margin of victory was 2 plus 2. Carry the 6. Divided by 4. Move the 3. Oh, yeah. 0.04 of a second. I was getting there. Rick J. Cohn. Mike DeCarlos. Winner of this is going to come back and run Jim. So if DeCarlos can beat one Mustang, he's going to have to race another one. And if Brooke can beat the Nova, Well, we're going to have an all-Ford matchup on that side of the ladder. Green lights, yes. Throttle stops, yes. Ford versus Chevrolet. He said. She said. Win light. 1092 to a 1092. DeCarolis had the advantage of this end of the racetrack. 3 thou closer to the dial. That's a winner. Mike DeCarolis. Going to run Jim Goebel. Kenny Snow and James Brown. Winner goes to the final. Well, we had 3 Ford versus Chevy matchups. One of them went to a Ford, one of them went to a Chevy. Here's the rubber game of the match, as they used to say. A couple of really sweet little hot rods down there. Kenny in the left. Jimmy in the right. Red light start by 3 thou. And James Brown, I don't think he shut that off. I think it quit. Wow. He's got a bye run to the final. By rule, he'll have to bring the car back to stage under its own power. So I hope whatever happened to it isn't terminal. But there is no way he shut that thing off on purpose. Red light in the other lane or not. Brown won one of the W.W. Williams shootouts earlier in the weekend. Now he's trying to come back, get after the Wally. A bye run to the final, but the car must stage under its own power. And I hope whatever caused it to quit is something he can fix. I hope. Super Comp, final call. Super Comp, final call. Jared Jordan left side, Mike Williams on the right side. 1 car, 2 car, red car, blue car, Dodge car, Chevy car. Green lights a pair. Mike Williams off and running. Jared Jordan on the chase. Here comes the big Dodge. Can the big blue Dodge get out in front of the little red Chevrolet? Yes, he can. 1044 on a 1044. 008, dead 9. Taking 8 thou. Mike Williams had an 049 reaction time, and he was locked out. Jared Jordan for the win. Hey, listen up in the pits. Oh, attention to the pits. Top dragster, I need you. Super stock, sit tight for a minute. We got a double up driver, so super stock, sit tight for a minute. After Super Comp goes down the racetrack, we'll get the super stockers rolling. But I need top dragster to head this direction, please. Top dragster to the lanes. Chad Langdon, Jody Lang. Chad's in the CUDA, Jody's in the wagon. Both drivers get away on the green. Jody Lang works for a little company you might have heard of called Boeing when he's not driving race cars. So I guess if you work on really fast jets, you want to drive station wagons because, well, that just makes sense, I guess. Lang, dead on 9. Call that a winner. Chad Langdon won above the dial, and it wasn't good enough. 14 thou better was Jody on the start. 15 thou out in front at the finish line. And Jody Lang, former world champ, will come back in the semis a little bit later on. Once again, top dragster, I need you to the lanes, please. Super stock, sit tight for a minute. We got Trey Vetter doubled up. We're going to let him go down the racetrack in his super comper. And then we'll call you guys in super stock to the lanes. Lost a lawsuit because you won a Christmas tree throwing contest. I can't even make a t-shirt out of that.
Well, you know, a little tiny tree. She could say I threw it from my wheelchair.
They had video.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 12-foot Christmas tree. I don't think you got a back problem.
Stupidest person in the world that day. Couple of 427 Chevys. Justin Hutto. Chrome bumper Corvette. Late 60s vintage 427 Porcupine. What they called the mystery motor when it came out in 1963. And Tony DeFrank with the LS 427 small block. New generation Copo. The little red Corvette. Trying to figure out what to do with that white Camaro. Tony DeFrank, who doesn't get released from the office very often to go racing, so he's trying to make the most of it while he's got the opportunity. Red light start. Tony DeFrank, he'd been crushing the tree all day. This time he goes a little early. Justin Hutto going to come back and run Jody Lang, so it'll be the 427 against the wagon next time. 991 Justin, 132. Parker Theobald will come up and take his solo, and then he will come back and run Jared. So we're going to have a battle of Dodgers on one side, a battle of Chevys on the other. The Dodgers, both big block muscle cars from back in the 60s. And the Chevys, one grocery getter and one little red Corvette. Parker Theobald goes 003. And then goes 10905. And here comes Supercomp. Cars remaining, including Bill Weber, Cody Melton. $890 the standard. Green lights on. Throttle stops on. Throttle stops off. This end separated by 2 thou. That end separated by 7 thou. Winner, Bill Weber. Advances to the quarters. Tanner Thorpe and Jason Flatt. Tanner on the left side, trying to go back to back. Big win in race number 1. Trying to see if he can pull it off again here in race number 2. Jason Flatt stands in his way. Texas car, Utah car. Here in the Valley of the Sun. Just watch the lights on the side of the scoreboard. I'm telling you, Tanner, click, bang, win. 891 to an 892. 007 to 17, 200 the stripe. Tanner the winner. Keeps moving on up. Moving on out. Now it's Glenn Kern. Glenn Kern was a donut winner, and he came and got him. He said, I'm not taking any chances. I want my donuts. We talk about the guy in the left lane. Loves this racetrack. He's had success here before. Justin Morris on the right side. Out of Pomona. We're all headed to his place in a couple of weeks. I wonder if Justin wins, if he's going to have a big party in Pomona. Like, hey, everybody in Pomona, come on by. Oh, no. Glenn Kern, after being perfect last time, was red this time, 892 for the win for Justin Morris. And he advances. Kern goes 891 and 156, but you know what? That's what happens. You eat those donuts, you get the sugar going, and all of a sudden you've got that extra energy and you're feeling a little extra puffy, and you turn the stupid button loose a couple of thou early. Jerron Settles left, Timmy Schuster right. The Ted Weens Tire and Auto Center. Backer of Jerron, Tim Schuster. Family race team over there on the right side. I know half of the cars that are coming back for the quarterfinals. Now we're going to start pairing them up. Give it to Settles. Left last, cross last, got the win. 891, 175. Schuster had a 12 light, got there first by 500, broke out by 3 up, made 87 and 160 miles an hour. So Jerron Settles will return again. Chelsea Moore and Kevin Wright. A couple of Division 5 players here in the Valley of the Sun, Firebird Motorsports Park. Double breakout. Chelsea goes 887. Kevin goes 889. 1 thou separated at this end. Kevin Wright wins it at that end by coming out on the right side of the math. And here comes the final pair. Bill Dennis on left, Trey Veteran right. Trey, who's going to hustle back. Getting his other car. Top dragster, you should be in the lanes. Super stock, you can start rolling now, please. Super stock to the lane. Guy in the right lane trying to stay alive in 2 classes. If he turns this light on, he will. He won't. He'll go back and try to take out his revenge in the super stocker as Bill Dennis gives Trey the rest of the day off with this car. 892 for the win. Bill Dennis going to come back and see if he can stop Tanner Thorpe. Nobody else has been able to do it all week. Jerron Settles going to come back and take on Bill Weber. And then we got Kevin Wright, Justin Morris. 2 for 1. Winner of that one goes straight to the final when we come back with 6 cars in Super Comp a little bit later on the day. Super stock, come on down. Top dragster should be there. We got 6 super stockers headed this way, so let's put out the call for super gas as well. Super gas. To the lanes, please. All righty, top draggers are getting ready to roll around the corner. I believe they're going to do a little drag out there. Just as we get late in the day, and I know most of the fans know this, but as it gets late in the day, you know, it just takes a little time to turn around a car, whether you're running in stock eliminator, whether you're running in top dragster. So we end up with a little bit of break in the action from time to time. That's where we are right now. As the crews will turn on the wind light, go back, get them serviced, get them turned around, and get them back up here as quick as they can. They'll be back on track very soon. Please stand by. David Cook just got a solo run moments ago in Top Sportsman. This is Hannah taking her solo run in Top Dragster as we have 5 cars left. Let's see if she decides to do a dial-in check. David did, right? I said it's just, I mean, you could shut off, but where's the fun in that? Oh, 27 green, 638. Down the track. Top Sportsman, come on down. Oh, attention to the pits. Top Sportsman. To the lanes, please. Cody Weber, Mallory Reese. Big one, big one. 2 for 1. Winner goes straight to the final. Side slung, said the professional announcer clearly. Supercharger over here on the Sherway car. And Mallory. The green racing engines. We got a battle of the engine builders here. Well, I mean, sort of. It's Mallory's dad that does the engines, but still. It says racing for mom on the side. I'm not sure what's going on with Tanya, but don't you know we're thinking about you? You're dealing with some stuff. Got a lot of your racing family. Want to see you back out here soon. They were dialed almost heads up. They were dialed almost heads up. They left almost heads up. Mal gets the win. She got there first by 004, and on the double breakout, she's going to win it. 53 on a 54, under by 4 thou. 56 on a 57 for Cody, under by 10 thou. Mallory comes out on the good side of the math, and Mallory Reese will race in the final after she comes back on her semifinal bye. And now we got Dylan Howe on the left side and Brianna Weens. A couple of proud pops down there. Moms and pops, as a matter of fact. My kid can beat up your kid. Not beat up, but, you know, beat on the racetrack. That's what I'm saying. You don't want to be Dylan. I mean, no pressure. What do you think Dylan's been dealing with after his dad won yesterday in Alcohol Funny Car? Well, kid, you're going to hold up your end of the bargain? I mean, come on. You finished 4th in the world. Big deal. I was a region champ. What have you done for me lately? And Brianna, the Weens team, brought 3 cars in Top Dragster and the one, you know, like stepchild in Top Sportsman or in Super Comp. And they're running out of chances. Red light for Dylan. He left too soon by 16. Can't help but wonder if he's got the numbers in the box backwards. 6:53, 2:08 for Brianna. That's going to be a winner. Dylan goes red. So Brianna will race Hannah, and one of those ladies will go to the final and race Mallory. Apparently it's Ladies' Day in Top Dragster here at Firebird Motorsports Park. And here comes Superstock, where we have 6 cars left. Starting off with Justin Lamb and Jody George. Justin, Jody, Justin. Shake hands, go to neutral lane, put your right foot on the floor. Jody George is going to leave first by 2 Mississippis. Mississippis. Justin Lamb trying to catch that classic Oldsmobile at the finish line. You're going to do it 881 on the 881. 4th thou coin flip on this end. Justin Lamb runs dead on the dial, so Justin Lamb will advance. William Deeby, Evan Kowalski coming at you here. Winner to the final. It's gas and go time, boys and girls. If you're still in competition, we're ready. Fill them, chill them, top the tires, and bring them right on back. If you win, comes right on back. You do not need to wait for an invitation. Red light start for Dewey and Evan Kowalski. We'll run for the final. Take the Cobalt down to a 906 on a 906, 147 miles an hour. 16 red and 47 on a 49 for Davey. Billy Maddox, Trey Vetter. Billy trying to do what Tanner Thorpe's trying to do in Super Comp. Go back to back. Got the trophy here the other day in Superstock, trying to get it again. Now Trey Vetter in a yellow Camaro just lost in his dragster, and I guarantee he's sitting in the car going, I'm not going home in both. That's what he's thinking. Trey Vetter with a head start down the boulevard. Here comes the dart. Can he get him? Can he get him? Can he get him? He cannot get him. Double breakout. Trey's under by 2. Maddox is under by 3. Oh, man, Billy's going to hate life when he sees that. He got there second. Come out on the wrong side of the mouth by 0.02 of a second. If Billy Maddox backs up 3 thou more, he could have won that race. But Trey Vetter going to come back and run. Justin Lamb, interestingly enough, Justin Lamb and Trey Vetter, I don't know if they are this weekend, but they often operate out of the same trailer. A couple of young men that grew up racing junior dragsters in the Las Vegas area that are now moving on up. As I said, they're very close, know each other well, and often race out of the same trailer. They will now race each other to find out who will come back to race Evan Kowalski. Gas and go, all cars, all category. When you're in competition, come on down. And Comp Eliminator and Sportsman Motorcycle, since you're in finals, whenever you're ready, head this way, and we'll figure out who gets the trophy. Three left in Super Stock, 3 left. Top Dragster, 6 left. Super Comp. Comp Eliminator is at a final. Stock Eliminator, semifinal. Super Gas is into staging lanes. We'll bring them down to the quarters as soon as they roll by here. Sportsman Motorcycle in a final. Super Street in the semi, and Top Sportsman in the semi as well. Well, that's interesting. I can't believe I didn't know that. I talked about how close Justin and Trey are. They're cousins. I didn't know they were cousins. I knew they were friends. I knew they'd been racing together a long time. I knew their families were close. I had no idea they were cousins. Here comes Super Gas. Dave Gotts. Maui style. I wonder if Cheeseburgers in Paradise is still there. Because that was down on the end of the island where the fire was. Huh? It did burn? I'm just grateful that the tree's still alive. The Obanya tree has been like, it's like, 7,000 years or some ridiculous thing. I think the tree was there before the island was. Kenny Elman. And that Dodge Daytona, that thing's all Dodge. Pentastar power forever. Forever and ever and ever and ever and ever. Finish line, 003-900 for Kenny Yeoman. Man, is that nasty. You know how many rounds that would lose? Not very many. Dave Gotts was 041, had zero chance. Got their second, win 88. 003-900, Kenny. Yeah, next. Like another victim. Line up. Come get it. See what you got. John McCone, Paul Lorton. Winner of this one's going to go straight to the semis, unopposed in the next round. Oh, man. Lorton's car looked like it lurched in the beam. I thought he was in trouble. And then John McCone left like a half hour early. 979 for Paul Lorton's going to be a winner. John McCone goes 9903. But I was watching him stage. Lorton's car jumped, and I'm thinking, oh, man, that could end up being a red light. And then John McCone left way early. So Paul gets a 2-for-1 gift. Brings up Dan Moore and Ray Cordiero. Winner of this one's going to come back and take on Mr. 3-Pack. That's what we call him now, Mr. 3-Pack. Man, brake lights on at like 800 feet. 992 beats 991. Dan Moore had the better reaction time. Dan Moore got there. Dan Moore got the win. 92 to a 91. Ryan Smith, John Filippi. You know, I've seen a lot of people talk about how cool they think that Falcon is. And don't misunderstand, it is. But it's got a Chevy motor in it. Wouldn't it be cooler if it had a Ford motor in it? Wouldn't it? I mean, just saying. Put a Coyote in that thing and turn it loose. Or put a 460 in that thing and turn it loose. Finish line. We're going to see Ryan Smith one more time, 991. Filippi got there first by 18th thou, breaks out. If he gets there first by 17, he wins. Broke out by 1,000th of a second. Val Torres, Jerry Denton. Couple of division veterans. And Jerry Denton turns it red. Val gets a free look at the racetrack. Runs 991 at 159. Jerry goes 992 at 152. Val will be back. He'll take on Ryan Smith. Winner to the final, Kenny Yeoman. The 3-Pack man will come back and take on Dan Moore. The winner of that will race Paul Lorton, as we now have 5 cars left. Our first final coming at you. Don Beavers in the probe. And Ryan Pretty in that ridiculously fast A altered automatic. Here's the question in my mind. There's actually two questions in my mind. Can I get ice cream? That's always in my mind. Ryan Pretty is down a 10th to the CIC. If you're familiar with comp, you understand what I'm saying. If you're not familiar with comp, I say you don't lose on a breakout, but you have your index adjusted based on performance. And Ryan is down a 10th. Does he still have enough index to run with the probe? That's question number one. Here's question number two. Don Beavers' last run, you remember, he was on the solo, he was in the right lane, and it knocked the tires off of it. If Don Beavers wants to win this race, he cannot do that again. They either had to adjust the car or change your starting line RPM or change something to make sure that thing doesn't spin the tires. The purple car, former world champ. For Don Beavers, it's been a while since he's parked that thing in the winner's circle. He has some not so fond memories of this place a year ago. Can he turn it around now? Beavers index 853. He's clean. Pretty's down a 10th. Does Beavers have enough to hold on? Because that purple car is going to catch him. Well, Don Beavers spun the tires again, and I'm afraid he might be in trouble. I'm afraid he might be in trouble. Now I know for sure he's in trouble. You saw the parachutes out early on Ryan Pretty's car. 672, 159 miles an hour. Don Beavers made the final, but it spun the tires on his semifinal bye. I guarantee you they went back and made some adjustments. It spun the tires again, and that slowed him down enough that Ryan Pretty, short on index and all, picks up the win. Congratulations to Team Mountain View. I think it's clear that the best driver on the team is still Brina. But Ryan just broke the tie for second. Sorry, Paul. You're going to have days like that. That's double digits as far as divisional wins for Ryan Pretty. Congratulations to the Mountain View group. They won here last year in race number 1. They won here this year in race number 2. And we've got half of our motorcycle final at the ready line. Top Sportsman rolling in here next. 3 cars left. The other half of our motorcycle semi rolled up. We'll let Johnny Motor pick up the mic again. Talk about who's going to the final.
Thank you, Alan. And again, as Alan mentioned, gas and go. Bring him up. So David Cook Jr. The Mustang. Definitely a couple super cool cars here. Camaro left, Lafferty. David Cook with the Mustang. Pro mod looks. Hannah has got a race suit on. She's waiting for her opportunity to come up. But right now she crew chiefs actually for David's car. Lining them up. Says, looks like you're good to go. Going to check that wheelie bar. Checks the wheelie bar on the left. The height. Calls him on the radio. Says, I think you are ready to go. That's not one of those think deals. You are ready to go. 672, 8 Huns separating the 2 on their dials. Top Sportsman's the category. pick your power adder and let it rip. Number 6 and 7 qualifiers. In they are. Red light, Dan Lafferty in the left lane. The Camaro's out of here. So David Cook, 671 with a 4, ran 6 on and under. He's seen that win light on. Had a 24 reaction time, but it was Dan Lafferty in the left lane. And Dan Lafferty,
I think that's his third final.
and this might be his third final, the David Cook machine. He's going to go up against this gentleman right here, Mike Lucas.
The issue being that David Cook is not exactly the most unique name in the world. And remember David Cook, who used to run that A-Dragster in comp?
So Mike Lucas, looking for a 36, runs a 37. He qualified with a 37. And again, 737.5, he's going to the final against David Cook Jr. And that's his fourth final. It'd be like looking up a Smith. How many times has a Smith won a drag race? You probably got it up in about the 200 range. But then again, you look at how many times a Smith won an IndyCar race, and you'll come up with zip.
We were in Texas a couple of years ago. We were at a race, and there was a guy named Don Nichols who was running super gas. And I punched up Don Nichols, and it said, it's been whatever it was, 28 finals. And I'm like, wow, really? It's like, how could I not? I mean, but when you search for Don Nichols, you also get Don Nichols' son because it's all the same letters in a row. So I talked to the guy afterwards, and he said, dude, it's only my fourth race. And I went, okay, maybe I need to do a little more research.
Sure looked like a hero when he came up, though, no doubt about that. This is the motorcycle final trophy time. Sean Phipps, Clayton Howie. Sean Phipps coming off that giant weekend here with the Summit Series. He was they nicknamed him back-to-back. Right now, he's hoping to get a Wally. I seen him this morning. He says, I'm due. But I'll tell you what, Clayton Howie, he would surely like to take it home with him. Pop-Tart hanging out. Oh, Phipps, red. Sean Phipps, red by 9 thou. Looking for a 54. That's what he was dialing in all last weekend. Runs a 56, but he went red by 9 thou. So Clayton Howie, congratulations, too. He was dialed soft. Third win for Clayton Howie. Good job there, coming out of that Bradford School side of the racetrack. Here we're going with Super Street. So who's going to the final in Super Street? Will it be Jim Gobble? Jim Gobble, the Mustang, 70 model, out of Moore Park, California, or DeCarolus in the right side? The Chandler base, 72 Nova. 1090 is the number they're looking for. James Brown, he'll be waiting to see who he's going to run. Top end. He gets the DeCarolus machine with a 1092. So the DeCarolus getting that round win and going to the final against this gentleman right here, James Brown, who's just going to come out and break the beam. James Brown, 2 finals. Cool. Yeah, actually, that's what's interesting there. James Brown, when he came out before, looked like he broke. And as Alan pointed out, he had to come up here and break the beams. It'll be interesting to see he came up and just broke the beams there. and what he will be able to do in the final. But the car did fire up. He did get to drive it, did get to break the beams. So we'll see if he hurt the machine enough that he won't be able to run against the airless machine in the final. And I should say he will come up and he will take the tree. You never know what'll happen, but be interesting to see what happens there. We got Super Comp coming out. We got people all over the world with an opportunity to watch this race. Compliments to the folks from Time Bandit Performance and FNH Production on YouTube. Trackside Live. Tanner Thorpe out of Midland, Texas. He's in pursuit of a back-to-back. He's got the Bill Dennis in front of him. So Tanner Thorpe, race winner 1. This will take him to the semifinals. Bill Dennis, Tanner Thorpe, Dennis right, Thorpe left. Top end. It's Bill Dennis. So no back-to-back for the Tanner Thorpe machine. Bill Dennis, 891.8, 185. Taking a stripe by a thou. Wow. Justin Morris. This is a twofer here. Justin Morris and Kevin Wright. So a trip to the final. Justin Morris, the kid from Pomona. Kevin Wright from up there in Colorado. Super Comp's the category, 890 the index. Off they go. It's Morris out front. Here comes Kevin Wright. Kevin Wright charging hard and can't get him. Justin Morris taking a stripe, taking a win. So Justin Morris with that round win goes right to the final. Kevin. Well, we know that Bill Dennis is going to be in the semifinals. Bill Dennis is curious to see if he will get Bill Weber or Jerron Settles. So Jerron Settles coming out of that Firebird lane, left side of the racetrack here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Bill Weber in the right lane. Another one of the Sherway Performance and Machine Kingman machines. They're working on each other right now. Green, both cars, top end. Oh, taking a stripe was Bill Weber. Took too much of it. Jerron Settles, 891.8, 174. So Jerron is going to get a bill because he just took down that Bill Weber, who ran a too quick 889 with a 0. So an 891.8, Jerron Settles for the win. So it's Jerron against the Bill Dennis, and Justin, of course, Justin Morris, is getting the free ride to the final in the Super Comp category. Remember, if you're a winner, come on back. Want to hand those Wallies out. I don't think Bob Johnson's got his flash. I think he left it at the room, so he can't take no pictures in the dark tonight. Right, Mr. Johnson? He says, yeah. In fact, we have a the winner's circle is located right in the staging lanes, where all the drivers get to get their pictures taken with their cars and the crew members. And want to thank all the staff from the Firebird Motorsports Park, working with the Pacific Division crew this weekend. A good friend, Herbie, down there. Herbie not only working with the track crew here, he's the ADBA drag boat starter. Whole different game. Oh, yeah. Well, they're going to be up in Parker, Arizona, as a matter of fact. SDBA is coming back this fall and be the weekend, in fact, between Las Vegas and Pomona.
Damn it. Why do they do that every year?
Well, I think that they want to pick up some of the crew chiefs. And so actually, a lot of the folks that once they race Vegas will drop down and spectate the drag boats. So
Why don't you do the week before?
I know. It kills you because you got that big
Right.
divisional there. But I think that maybe in the pursuit of the championships and such, that a lot of the teams will go back to Indy and work on their stuff before they'll go to Vegas.
Nobody does that.
Oh,
Nobody does that. They park all the trucks in Vegas. Everybody flies home and then flies back to Vegas and drives over to
well,
Pomona.
then there's no excuse. You ought to talk to that guy from the SDBA.
I'm talking to you.
Well, I don't have nothing
Fix
to
it.
do with that SDBA. Yeah, I'll talk to him. I for surely will. But the Colorado River is where the ADBA races, and it's kind of a cool deal. They got a beautiful.
How come they don't race
setting.
here in the spring anymore? I mean, did you see the
that's
water?
interesting.
Did you see the water this morning?
Oh, it
you
was
want to
just
talk about
beautiful.
perfect for a
Oh, yeah.
boat race? Perfect.
Man, I'm telling you, the ducks, the geese, we're just loving it. But, you know, in California, you got that beautiful setting. Looking at California, just saying, man, I'm glad I'm on the Arizona side. Usually a lot of the races up there at the Blue Water Resort. But it's a cool deal. Drag boats. But right now, we're waiting on cars. All winners, come on back. I think the birthday girl's down there, so I imagine that Jared is going to be bringing his car up. So stock eliminator should be the next category out. We still got quarters left in the super gas category. Semifinals, stock eliminator. So who? I wonder who is going to go to the next round, go to the final. Will it be Jared Jordan or will it be Parker Theobald out of St. George, Utah? The Kelch Construction, Theobald Construction, Barracuda, the 69 model, 440, right lane. C-Stock automatic. Jared Jordan, that beautiful Mopar, the B-Stock automatic. They're in. Green, both machines. Barracuda. Couple of Mopars. Dicing it out. Top end. Oh, left lane, Jared. Too much stripe, breaks out. 1085, Parker Theobald with a double 0-1 reaction time. Jared Jordan had a good leave, an 0-11 light, but he came up a little short in the top end. And the 1085, Parker Theobald, goes to the final. And he'll go to his 6th final, as a matter of fact, Parker Theobald. Jody Lang. Justin Hutto with that Corvette out of Spring, Texas. Now, Jody Lang will probably be going to his 1,162 third final. But all he's thinking about now is taking that wagon to this final in the stock eliminator. Here comes the Corvette. Wagon out front. Wagon gets the win. Dead on with a 0. An 18 light. And let me tell you something. 992, Justin Hutto with a 009 reaction time. Margin at the stripe, a thou. Wow. Jody Lang goes to the next round. To the final. In fact, that'll be his 89th final round. How cool is that?
Had Justin been able to get there 0.02 of a second quicker, it would have been his 2nd final round. And he was denied by Jody. He was going there for the 89th time. Still looking for his first win, by the way.
Super stock. Evan Kowalski will be in the final. He had the twofer. In the previous round with his Cobalt.
It's his first super stock final.
And it'll be his first super stock final. But 9th final overall. So Evan Kowalski. The index in the category is 969. Or actually not. It says he's dialing 9. That don't mean nothing. He's just going down the racetrack. He knows he's going to the final. And Evan Kowalski goes through at a 9:05 with a 9, 148 on the mile an hour. So 9:05.9 for the Cobalt. And that is a beautiful car. Now we find out who Evan Kowalski and that Cobalt's going to get.
One of the cousins.
One of the cousins. Justin Lamb is going to be in the left side of the racetrack. Trey Vetter is going to be in the right side with the 68 Camaro. A couple of Camaros, but you got the 23 model left side, and then you got Trey Vetter. Trey Vetter, this machine is awesome. I love the wheel stands that he throws down. He's just going to hope he doesn't lift those wheels up and out too early. Justin Lamb is like vicious at the top end. He can race both ends of the racetrack. And I'll tell you what, Trey Vetter better have his game together here if he wants to take down Lamb Chop out of Henderson, Nevada. The red, silver stain. Look at that wheel stand. Both machines, wheels up, out, clean, green. It's going to be a Camaro. Which Camaro will it be? It is Justin Lamb. Double breakout. Lamb runs an 8.799, and Trey Vetter ran a 9.683, and he was looking for a 971. So taking a stripe by 7th was Trey Vetter. Justin Lamb had a 14 light. Trey Vetter had a 23 light. Doing the math, it's Justin Lamb. And I imagine he's got a few finals. 44th final that he'll be going into. So cool deal there for the Cousins. The Cousins. They might have had a side bet, right? We got Super Gas. This is the quarters in Super Gas. We got Dan Moore coming out of that left lane. Out of the right side, we got the Daytona. So Camaro and a Dodge. Daytona and a Chevrolet. Yeoman and Moore. Logandale, Nevada. The base of the Kenneth Yeoman machine. They're green. Each one working their machine. Top end, winner picker, right lane, dead on 4 with a 16 light. So Kenny Yeoman gets a solid run there for that round win. Dan Moore runs a 991 with a 5. Didn't have a bad leave, a 19 light, but it was Kenny Yeoman with that 16 light. Margin at the stripe, 14 thou. The winner here goes right to the final. Will it be Ryan Smith? Ryan Smith, as Alan pointed out, the only cooler thing would be, this is a really neat car, would be if he had maybe like a coyote screaming in there. Do coyotes scream or they howl? Depends where you grab them. Bel Torres, Corvette in the right. The Falcon in the left. Ryan Smith, Bel Torres. Will it stay in there? Will the Arizonan win or the Californian? They're working. It's Ryan. It's Vale. It's Corvette. It's a Falcon. And it is the Corvette, Vale Torres, getting the win. Double breakout, 988.3 for Vale Torres. And Ryan Smith going to 2 quick, 987.2. Paul Lorton. Going to have to square off against Kenny Yeoman. While Vale Torres, again, with that round win, goes right to the final. Paul Lorton working on the racetrack, off the stop. How close to that 990 number will he be? He runs through it pretty quick, 9.838. 983 with an 8. So the stage is set, Super Gas. We're going to go with our top dragsters. Top dragster coming out.
It's ladies' night. Brianna and Hannah racing for a chance to go up against Mallory in the final. Brianna Weens in the left side, Hannah Cook in the right. They ease their way in. Handicap left side. 0.2 of a second to handicap. Less than half a bulb. 2 blown big blocks. A little different idea. What's the best way to put the blower on top of your big block? Or off to the side. Mallory Green sits in the water box, or Mallory Reese sits in the water box waiting to see who she's going to race. They both get away on a green. Brianna leaves first. Hannah pulling up. Hannah's going to get the win, 6:37.0. Her second. It'll be her second opportunity to go home with Wally when she comes back a little bit later on in the day and races Mallory. Mallory is about to make her way to her second final as well. And she's got a free time run to do it in. She actually sat back there, watched the last race, figured Hannah was in the right lane. Hannah will like the right lane again. So Mallory pulled over in the left lane so she could get a time run down here. 6:54. 006 and then 54 on a 53. I think they're ready. Two ladies going to their second final round. Hannah looking to win for the first time. Mal hoping to get Wally a brother. Let's see, what was Wally's brother's name? Oh, that's right, Beeve. Right? Wasn't that Wally's brother?
Brad's over there yelling, yeah, the beaver. Yeah, Brad, gotcha.
Super Street final round. Here's my question. Is James Brown's car broke? And I got to believe he's the only one who knows the answer to that. Sounded okay there. In the quarterfinals, his opponent went red and his car quit, coasted down the racetrack. In the semifinals, he idled up, took the tree, never did a burnout, never did anything. But it looks and sounds now like it's in good shape. Mike the Careless over on the right side. I guarantee you, Mike's been doing this a long time. He's not going to come up here and be so cautious that he lets a guy sneak up on him, but he's also, I'm pretty sure, not going to come up here and be so aggressive that he might give it to a guy who's playing wounded. Let's find out. We're all going to learn the fate together. The two Chevy 2s. Red light. And this time it's Brown who goes red. And for James Brown, I mean, I guess the good news is car's not broke. Bad news is red light's on. 1089 for the win for Mike DeCarolus. DeCarolus picks up Wally number 3. Congratulations. And I don't think he even needs his attitude adjusted today. I'm guessing. His attitude's going to be just fine right now. Wow, heartbreak. Justin Morris in Super Comp won the last round. They got back into the pits in gas and go mode and found a frame rail on the chassis is broken and they cannot fix it. He has a bye run to the final and a broken race car. By rule, you must stage the car under its own power to win the round. So Justin will be a no-show for the bye run, and the other half of the run, the semifinal, between Bill Dennis and Jerron Settles will be for the trophy. Heartbreaking. He said they went back and looked it over. The chassis is broken to the point that they can't even idle up here and took the tree. If they idled up and took the tree, they would be credited with runner-up. But unfortunately, because of the broken chassis, they will go down as a no-show in the semifinals, and the winner between Bill Dennis, Jerron Settles, will be declared the winner. I did, and I'm sure they thought of it, but I'm going to tell you, if that's me, I'm back to a duct tape and popsicle stick. Whatever you can do to idle up here and just put it in the beams.
Hose clamps and a piece of wood, anything.
Yeah,
But that's so tough.
I obviously didn't get a chance to see it, but talked to the tech guys down there, and they said it is broken to the fact that they cannot even idle up here and take the tree. Ugh. So our Super Comp run now will be for a final. And I think every run down the racetrack from here on out, we have a 3-car Super Gas semifinal. Every other pair of cars coming up the starting line is going to be a final.
No runner-up. The runner-up is broken. There will be no runner-up.
Man, that's just heartbreaking. You know, you come up and stage your car, and the guy in the other lane does a better job. Hey, congratulations! I'll get you next week. But to have to forfeit a bye run for a broken race car is heartbreaking. Hopefully we can get our super gassers headed back up here as quickly as possible so we can get that semi in the books. Then we'll run the finals. We'll take pictures. We'll think about next week.
The baby Gators.
I know you got the juniors here next week.
That's right. Junior dragsters. In fact, a lot of the teams have been taking the rigs and parking them over on the west side of the racetrack here at Firebird Motorsports Park, where we have a holding area. So, again, we need the pits cleared as soon as possible. And you can stay, as Alan pointed out, in your rig over there. They're going to leave the gate open. But it's a holding area for next weekend, the Junior Divisional. I think I just seen, in fact, one of the drivers down there, Charlie Edwards, walking around.
Super Comp rolling in. for what is effectively the final round. Bill Dennis out of New Mexico, and Jerron Settles out of Maryland. You know, by the way, if you need somebody to drive your rig back to the to Florida for the Baby Gators, Jerron will do it. Well, he was down in Lakeland, Florida. He was down in Lakeland, Florida, painting a race car, finished it Sunday, and was here Wednesday morning when the gate opened.
And he even had a stop along the way.
Yeah, he stopped down at my place to take a look at a funny car that he's going to let her. The Sunoco machine on the left side is Bill Dennis. The Ted Weens Tire and Auto machine in the right side. Jerron Settles. Jerron, former division champ. Looking to get off to another hot start here. For the trophy. Both drivers away on the green. This end of the racetrack separated by 1 thou. That end separated by 13 thou. And the Ted Weens Tire and Auto Center group goes crazy. I'm telling you. It's the fleet approach. If you bring enough race cars, somebody's bound to win. 991 to a 992 after being separated by 1 thou at this end of the racetrack. Jerron Settles got there first by 13. And he took the win. Congratulations, Jerron. Divisional win number 2. And he'll take home the trophy. See? And I mean no disrespect to the Weens girls, but Jerron Settles is living proof that adoption is a good idea, because sometimes that guy can get you into the winner's circle. And I say that speaking as a kid who was adopted.
My only semi, everything besides super gas will be final.
All righty. Hopefully we get our super gassers back up here. 3 cars left there. And everything else down the racetrack. Going to be a trophy dash. The ladies will battle it out for top dragster. Lamb Chop trying to win again against Evan Kowalski, trying to win for the first time in super stock to add to his trophy collection. Parker Theobald going to see if he can slow down Jody Lang. 89th final round. It's ridiculous. David Cook going up against Mike Lucas in Top Sportsman. Your classic Ford Chevy battle. Kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of. And we got our 3 cars left. And Super Gas. Hey, I do want to say, on behalf of our new division director, Matt DeYoung, to all of the racers out there, thank you for coming out and spend your weekend with us. Thank you for taking part in our Division 7 opener. We would definitely appreciate your support. And thank you. And again, this is from Matt. Thank you for the cooperation. We had a couple issues out there. Had to kind of back this up and reschedule that and do some stuff. And we simply wouldn't be able to have an event this smoothly without the cooperation of the racers. And it doesn't go unnoticed, and it is greatly appreciated. So I want everybody, or he wants everybody to know that. We look forward to seeing you in Vegas, hopefully, in a month or so, or wherever the next stop is. Val, come on. Pretty please. I need Val Torres. I'm trying to remember where it was a division banquet a couple of years ago, and one of the guys got up and he'd won his first championship, and he said, "Yeah, my goal is to catch Val because I know he's got 3." Tapped him on the shoulder. I said, "Val has 7." And he's like, "Oh crap." I didn't realize I had that much work to do. All right, we got 2 of our 3. In Super Gas, we'll get Val up here, run that semifinal, and it'll be trophy. Again, Johnny mentioned I have to move the rig if you're going to leave it till next week. If you're staying the night, that's no problem, but we do need to have the east side pits cleared out by noon tomorrow, please. This is a busy place. They've always got something going on here, whether it's track rentals, whether it's testing, whether it's a rad for school. So they do have some other stuff going on this week between now and the juniors, so that's why we need to get that pit area on the east side cleared out by tomorrow at noon, if you would be so kind. We talked about it the other day, all the things that have raced here over the years. I mean, boats, obviously. There was a sand drag track here for a number of years over on the other side of the lake. There was a 3/8 mile dirt oval here for a number of years. I remember coming out here one time and watching Team Penske with their Indy cars testing on one of the road courses. But place stays busy, no doubt about it.
Had monster trucks in that 3/8 oval.
No, I never saw that.
And one of the highlights of my career.
The off-road course over there, of course, there's been a lot of stuff going on over there. I do remember the time that Bigfoot came here.
Yeah.
Robosaurus has been here.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to Robosaurus? Haven't heard of him in like 100 years.
Geez, they were trying to sell it for $7 million.
$7 million?
That's what they wanted.
Why didn't you buy it?
But
I mean, you make that back in like 2 bookings, right?
I think, I thought they were going to try and put it at Barrett Jackson. But, I was just saying about the monster trucks, the highlight of my career, I had a guy come up. We had...
As soon as we close on that $20 million house, we can buy Robosaurus, park him right in the center of the Gulf.
Oh, okay. Yeah. No,
Make it a mailbox.
Chuck Sundstrom and I are going to buy Robosaurus. It's going to live here then. That'd be cool. We can...
In the center of the go-kart course when we close on the $20 million.
No, we bring it out here, and then we can let let all the kids take their pictures with it and all that kind of stuff. And
Yeah, we can do that occasionally.
and we'll at like the shutdown showdown deal, we'll park it down at the end of the racetrack, and if your car leaves oil on the track, Robosaurus will bite it in half.
That's a good idea. I like that.
Now, how's that for an incentive program? Did you check all those lines? Are you sure you don't need to replace that pan gasket? So anyway, I'm sorry. You monster trucks. You highlighted your career.
So they had 5,000 capacity grandstands for that oval track, and it was full. And the guy kept saying, I said, "You're going to be ready for the national anthem, right?" He says, "Oh, yeah, no problem." And he handed me a boom box, and he pulled it out of the equipment box, and it had mud caked all over it. And I said, "You sure this thing's good to go? Just press this button." So he hands me the boom box. We got the monster truck lined up, ready to do its thing. And I had everybody standing, and I hit the button. Nothing.
Kind of like me yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Crap.
I'm like really hitting this button. And I made the comment, I said, "Well, you didn't really want to hear the national anthem." Well, let me tell you something. Have you ever heard 5,000 people kind of like, they wanted to hear the national anthem? I sang it.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Oh, boy. I'll tell you what, right after I sang it, because, when you're singing the national anthem, I'm thinking ahead trying to, what's the next verse? Was it's coming out of my mouth? And so then it's like, okay, we fire up the car. After I was done singing, I was ready to hand the mic to somebody else, but I did well.
I've never had to do that, but I've thought about that because the number of times that I've been either the guy standing on the stage or the guy standing, and every time the national anthem is playing, I am singing it along under my breath. We were in Chicago one time, and the woman that was singing the national anthem, lovely, lovely woman, singing the national anthem, and she just froze. Grandstands are full. The place is dead silent. Froze. And I took a deep breath. And out of the corner of my mouth, I said, "Take a breath. Keep singing." And she said out of the corner of her mouth, "What's the next line?" I said, "O'er the ramparts we watch." Oh. She picked up and finished singing the anthem. We fired the cards. And if that ever happened to me, and I've thought about it time and time again, my approach would be, will you please join me in singing the national anthem? And we do it as a group. Didn't think of that, did you?
No, but I've done it where it didn't work, and I did a Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and it worked quite well.
Paul Orton, Kenny Yeoman. Paul Lorton in the little roadster. Kenny Yeoman over there in the Dodge. Kenny has been crushing it. Had a 3-pack a couple of minutes ago. Been making his living up here on the starting line. Let's see if Paul Lorton can throw a little wrench into the works as he rolls that 27 tee up. Winner goes to the final to take on Val. Lorton's car lurched in the beams. It's done that a couple of times, but he stays on the green side of the tree. Figured out down at the other end. Watch for the wind light. Who's coming back to run Val? It's going to be the Roadster. Yeoman goes too quick at 988, and we come up with a 991, 144 miles an hour. So Paul Lorton come back and run Val Torres in the final round a little bit later on in the day, and now we are down to finals. So Paul Lorton first time in the final. And if he wants to win, he's going to have to beat one of the best in the West. Division 7's very own Val Torres, who's in the final for the 34th time. As Val pulls into the water box now. Yeah, but actually, it's interesting. You know, I think so many people take the national anthem for granted. I can tell you at least 4 times when I've been standing on the stage, introduced somebody, and they mixed up the words, forgot a verse, or sang something 3 times, and you just go on. Every time somebody flubs it, it makes like huge news. Doesn't happen very often, but it does happen. Yeah, would you please join me? That would have been my approach. Val Torres, the contractor out of Valinda, California. Like that. Like that. Like that. And in his 34th final round, just like that. 989. He'll be back and ready to go for the trophy dash a little bit later on.
You know, you were talking about the national anthem in Chicago. That track had a unique window system. And I don't know if there's lead in the window, because if you remember, I used to put the wireless system up, and I had a terrible
the microphones were definitely funky there.
Yeah. And so I had Dave Dobson from ESPN, who was going to sing the national anthem. And I did the wireless checks. It was all good to go. And he came out. He had everybody standing. And the first 3 words came out, and it cut out. And then it would come on, and then it would cut out. And the crowd, and I'm like ready to drop to my knees. And the crowd just jumped right in and sang the national anthem along with them on their own. And it was one of the most touching moments that I think I've ever seen on a racetrack. It was just fantastic.
Right on. I think we could trade pre-race stories forever and ever. Indianapolis, live television. Funny car, big butt shootout. One of my all-time favorites. But first, that's David Cook in the right side. That's Mike Lucas in the left side. You see the young lady over on the right side of the racetrack that's wearing a fire suit, got it kind of down around her waist with a headset on? As soon as Dave makes this run, whether he wins or loses, she is going to go get in her top dragster and try to win her race. So she's hoping to park Dad in the winner's circle here. I mean, right, Think about it. I know that you want to raise your daughters to be independent, but here's what he's doing. Honey, you're going to have to help me, and then you're on your own because I'll be down at the other end of the racetrack. I mean, way to go, Father of the Year. Nice job, Dad. Just saying. Mike Lucas, the black and white Chevrolet over here on the left side. Long way from home. Drag Race Canada, it says on the drip rail. Hey, if you're going to escape the frozen tundra, the Great White North, might as well roll down here and pick up a trophy, wouldn't you think? We're in, we're set. Left lane's going to go first. The Mustang will be trying to run down the Chevrolet for the trophy. Both drivers get away on the green. Mike Lewis is down there a long way. Here comes Dave Cook. Can he get him? No. Send the trophy to Canada. 739, 180 miles an hour. 672 for David Cook. 206 miles an hour, and he comes up 1,000th of a second short. If we were racing 13 wins miles an hour faster, and came up 1 thou short. 6 thou the difference at this end of the racetrack. But Dave Cook, so close. He went to the final Friday, came up short to Craig Lyles. He went to the final today and came up short to Mike Lucas. 4 times he's been in the trophy dash. Four times he's gone home disappointed. Hey, for the racers are going to be hanging around down here. Chris Forsythe's going to have his big dollar race down in Tucson 2 weeks from now, but they're going to have a little warm-up race Saturday next week. If you're leaving your rig out here and you're not doing anything else, 100 miles south. Tucson Dragway, go down and say hey to Jim Hughes. You got your race cars, you might as well use them. So Big Bud Shootout, funny cars on the starting line, live television. I'm going to go down on the stage. We're going to do an invocation anthem and fire the cars. We're going live at like 1 o'clock. We're going to fire the cars at 1:02. I said, okay. I go down there, and it's like, all right, no problem. Are you taking radio? No, what for? I mean, I'm literally down there going to, okay, when it's 3 minutes to go, everybody please stand, say the prayer, da-da-da. Everybody please keep standing, sing the anthem, da-da-da. Look at that, it's 1:02, fire the cars. That's what I've done this a million times. I go down there, and I'm standing on the stage, and I say, would you all please stand for our invocation? And I hand the microphone to the gentleman doing the invocation, and I don't have a radio on, and somebody tugs on my pant leg, and I look over my shoulder as I'm trying to keep my head down in prayer, and the girl standing behind me says, 3 minutes. You've got to kill 3 minutes. And I went, all right. So they do the invocation, and everybody's standing, and I come back, and I say, hey, thank you. Hey, I just want to welcome everybody. It's been such a great thing, and, the U.S. Nationals is such a tradition, and we're here for this, and I'm clocking in my head and clocking in my head and clocking in my head. And I'm about 2 minutes into this deal. We'll pause, and I'll tell you the rest of the story. Jody Lang and Parker Theobald, stock eliminator. L stock automatic, the 305 Malibu wagon. Jody Lang in the final round for the 89th time in his already in the Division 6 Hall of Fame career. And in the right side is Parker Theobald out of Utah, the 1969 Barracuda with a 440 under the hood. Parker has been here before as well. Parker's actually got a better winning percentage in final rounds than Jody Lang does. 5 times he's been here, 4 times he's gone home with a trophy. Let's see if he can pull it off here. Handicap head start, goes to the left lane. The wagon will be off and running as it almost always is. And then Parker Theobald tries to chase. Parker Theobald does chase. Chasing him's one thing. Catching him is something else. The wagon is out there. Parker Theobald closing in down to the finish line. Who's taking home the trophy from here at Firebird? It's going to be Theobald. How about dead on 2 with an 015 light? Jody Lang would have needed to have been dead 0 for the tie. 15-17 on the reaction time. Advantage Parker. He's holding 2 thou. He missed perfect ET by 2 thou. That's the window Jody needed. Dead 0 for the tie, and he couldn't get there. Congratulations, Parker. He now is 5 for 6 in final rounds. You want to beat that young man? You better get him early in the day, because when we get late in the day, he gets better. So I'm a couple of minutes into my spiel, and I'm thinking to myself, this is going to work out okay, right? I mean, the natives are getting a little bit restless. They're standing there going, sing the song and fire the stupid cars already. And I feel another tug on my pant leg, and I'm still talking. And I glance down over my shoulder, and Melissa's down there looking at me, and she says, 7 more minutes. You need to kill 7 more minutes. And I'm going, all right, great. Well, as luck would have it, for those of you that follow the NHRA, you may remember the program with the giving cars, the Make-A-Wish car and the Infinite Hero car. As dumb luck would have it, they were the first pair of funny cars. Terry Chandler had just passed. We had been saluting her throughout the course of the year for her philanthropy and all that she'd done. And so in my brain I went, okay, there's a video on that that's about 4 minutes long. So I just went right into, ladies and gentlemen, you see these 2 cars, can't help but think of, the wonderful woman that was behind the program. This may be the last time we see them together on the racetrack. This seems like a great time. Let's pause and remember it. And I threw it to the big screen. While George Casteros, who runs our replay screen, our Jumbotron, in venue at the NHRA National Events, is screaming at, I don't have the video. So I threw it to the screen. The place was deadly silent. Everybody started wondering what the hell was going on. And they played a commercial.
Oh, whoa. Whoa.
That was during a time when we had the person that was in charge of the television side of NHRA wasn't always great at communicating things. And so when they had the meeting and he said, we'll be ready to go at 2 minutes after 1 when we go live, what he meant was our pre-recorded 9-minute package will be ready to go at 2 minutes after. We need to fire the cars actually at 11 minutes after. But he didn't communicate that.
Those little things.
2 minutes. Yeah.
Now, was Evan there?
Oh, yeah, Evan was there. Evan was there.
No, not yet.
But, yeah, when she tugged on my pant leg and I looked down, 7 more minutes. I thought, yeah. We're going to have a meeting about this, I promise. Great moments in pre-race.
Oh, that box? Yeah. I'll organize it.
Don't worry, Chuck. I'll take care of it.
Let's see who rumbles around the corner next. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Super stock. Well, it's not quite the David Goliath matchup that we had in Stock Eliminator. But like in Stock Eliminator, the final round experience is a little lopsided. Justin Lamb, the Rad Torque car over here on the left side, he's in his 44th final round. Evan Kowalski on the right side is in his 9th. Now, Justin has been racing a little bit longer than Evan. Both of these young men came out of the junior dragster ranks, jumped into big cars, started having success. Kowalski has won in 2 different classes. He's never won in super stock. Justin has won in 6 different classes. The only guy that's won in more, I think, is, oh, never mind. It's him. They both get away on the green. Evan Kowalski way down the racetrack trying to hold off Justin Lamb. This time, it's Lamb Chop, 885, 146, 911. Evan Kowalski will win in super stock, but he won't win today. Justin goes 885, 146 miles an hour, picks up his 32nd regional win. Talked about Justin has actually won in 6 different classes. We're talking on the national level. The number of people that have won in more than 6 different classes in NHRA is 1. And the 1 is a guy named Jed Coughlin Jr. that most people have heard of if you follow NHRA. 3 final rounds left when you're ready. 2 final rounds left when you're ready. We're ready. 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 Hannah Cook and Val Torres, we need you, please. Top dragster ready to come out next. Find out which one of the ladies is going to take home the trophy.
You want, that's from December 17th.
I hear supercharged big blocks. Hark. Whoa. Reckon getting on pit road. That's not a good sign. No, not us. Don't worry, not us. Well, Hannah Cook in the right side, where she was last round when she won. Mallory in the left lane, where she took her solo run. And I think they probably just like forego the coin flop, the coin flip. You want the right, I want the left. Let's go. 653 the dial for Mal, 650 or 635 for Hannah. Again, I'm not the greatest mathematician in the world, but I've got 1800s between them. Mallory's husband actually borrowed a car this weekend to race in the W.W. Williams shootout, and then ended up not being able to compete when that got rescheduled. Her dad makes horsepower. Hannah's dad. Smoke down there at the top end for Mallory, and she's gonna win it. Might have wounded that thing, but she'll get the win light. Hannah Cook got there first, ran 6:34 on the 6:35 to break out by 9 thousandths of a second. Mallory, 6:55, 208 miles an hour. A little smoke out of the pipes down there at the finish line, but it held on long enough, and she'll win it. Hannah first by 200ths, too quick by 9 thousandths. And Family Cook goes to 2 finals, comes up short. Mallory, 2 finals, 2 wins. Congratulations to Team Green. It says on the top of the car, racing for Mom. Have a feeling Mom enjoyed the day watching Mallory win. Super gas cars are here. Just want to make sure that everything's good down there on the racetrack, and then we'll run our final. I do believe I just heard in the background, everything's dry down here. That's good news.
love these die-hard fans. Last race of the day, poised and ready. Cool. Want to give a shout out, of course, to the Time Bandit Performance and FNH Production, providing us an opportunity on YouTube by way of Trackside Live to broadcast this race all over the world, and you can go to YouTube and watch it. Check it out. They broadcast a lot of different racing events, and want to thank them. They'll be here for that Shutdown Showdown event that's going to be here in March. That's going to be a Friday night drags on the 8th, and the 9th will be a Shutdown Showdown. They'll race down past the scoreboards, so an event you'll want to check out. Pretty interesting vehicles they bring for those Shutdown Showdowns. It's first to the finish. No clocks, no time. Big tire, small tire, stick shift. Right now, Super Gas, last race of this weekend, coming up.
Couple of roadsters from different generations. There was a time when the 27T Ford was the roadster weapon of choice. Everybody had one. As the years went by, it kind of morphed to the topless Corvette or Camaro or Cavalier. New model, new generation. Paul Lorton, for the first time, running for the Wally. Been there and won that. Last two cars down the racetrack. They both get away green. On and off the throttle stops at the finish line stripe. Our final win light comes on the Radford side. 992. 159 miles an hour. And 987, 147 for Paul Lorton.